Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor, and I'm Chairman of Planning Committee here at Fenland. Welcome to all those members of the press and public who are joining us via the live stream. Before we begin, please may I take this opportunity to remind members and everyone in that, as far as that's concerned, to turn off their mobiles and computers to silent and ensure that when using the microphones, the red light is on and turned off when you finish speaking. So, without further ado, we'll go to agenda item number 1, and would like to ask member services if we've had any apologies for absence. So, thank you, Elaine.
No apologies, everybody's present.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item number 2, which is urgent items. There are again none. 3 is declarations of interest. Member services will now go to each councillor in turn, and can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any agenda item here today. Thank you. So over to you, Elaine. Thank you.
Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Elaine. Little list this afternoon. As always, I attend Chatteris Town Council, but I leave the room when any planning matters are discussed. Morton Hall have 2 applications on here today, and for clarity and openness, I know Matthew Hall through doing work for Chatteris Town Council and also personally. On item 4 today, the applicant is known to me. We went to school together. He was a couple of years younger than me, so I do know him. And about 25 years ago, he was a subcontractor that did some work when I was having some work done on one of my properties. But since that time, I have had, I don't socialise with him, and I very rarely see him. And I'll approach that with an open mind, as I will every other application. And item 7 today, I do know Maria Hobbs. She has business in Chatteris, Greenwelly, and I do know, but I don't socialise with her. And again, that one I will approach with an open mind.
Councillor Connor.
Yes, thank you, Elaine. I've been also lobbied by email on application agenda number 5. I know Ian Gowler is the agent on application agenda item number 10, when he was a parish councillor at Doddington, whom I represent along with Wimlington on this administration, but I don't socialise with him. I know, just to bring up what Councillor Benny said, I know Mrs. Hobbs from many years ago, when I rented the scrapyard at Chatteris from her late father, but I have not spoken to her directly in the last 20 years, so I'm more than happy to judge that on its own merits. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs. French.
Thank you. Nothing, but I have been lobbied by email on agenda item 5 and 9.
Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you. Item number 9. I know of the applicant. I have had no dealings with him for many years. The last time I saw him or spoke to him was about 5 years ago in relation to some antisocial behaviour on a property that he rented. Thank you.
Councillor Hicks.
Yeah, I've also been lobbied on item number 5 and 9, but I will remain impartial. And I also sit on IDB East, which any decision made today regarding anything to do with that, I will remain completely impartial.
Councillor Emma Fiden.
I've received an email regarding my agenda item number 5. I'm a member of Wisbech Town Council, but I'm not on the planning committee there. I will remain impartial. Thank you.
And Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I'm a member of Mainey Parish Council, and also I attend Chatteris Town Council on occasions, but at both I take no part in their planning procedure. On item number 4, I am known to the applicant, and I'm doing some personal work for them, so I will step away from that. I have been lobbied, as has everybody else, on item number 5. Number 7, I've just realised Greenwelly, my business actually has hired a machine to the nursery, which I believe is connected to it, but I remain open-minded. And on item number 10, having taken legal advice, I have decided to step away from this, as I know or have dealings with all 3 parties on this regarding various matters, 1 being planning, 2 being flooding, and 3 being some other issues, so feel it better to step away at this point.
Yeah, thank you, members. Thank you, Elaine. So we'll now go to the main part of the meeting. Members should only make a proposal on a planning application when invited to do so. However, I will initially be asking if anybody is going to propose the officer's recommendation. Clearly, if no proposal is forthcoming, or if that proposal fails, I'll be then looking for an alternative proposal. Members are reminded that such proposals should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. So now, without further ado, I'll hand over to Gavin Taylor. He's the Principal Development Officer here at Fenland to present application F/YR 23/0431/0, agenda item number 4. So Gavin, when you're ready, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So item number 4 is an outline planning application with matters committed in respect of access for 3 dwellings at land north east of Trotters Lodge, Old Dairy Yard, Westfield Road, Mainey. So just looking at the site in context, the red lines on the plans show the extent of the application site, where it also then leads up to the main highway at Westfield Road there. You see it sort of snaking its way along Old Dairy Yard Highway. Just for information, there's public rights of way that essentially connect to School Lane, which is to the sort of the north east of the application site, and also wraps around the north of that sort of area of beige field that you can see on the plan there. Just to look at the indicative layout plan. So this is an outline application, so layout is not committed, but the applicant has provided an indication of how the site could be laid out to accommodate the 3 dwellings, which essentially shows 2 dwellings at the front of the site nearest to the access point, and 1 set a bit further in depth into the site there. As I say, that's not committed, it's purely just an indicative sort of layout at this stage. So just taking you through the site, so the views that you can see there are generally from Old Dairy Yard. As you approach the site, you can see the gates there in the centre picture. The top left photo is sort of views back from Westfield Road down into Old Dairy Yard. The photos over to the far top right and the bottom left are sort of show the Cox's Way development, sort of which sits essentially to the southeast of the site there. So the application seeks outline planning permission with matters committed only in respect of access at this time for 3 dwellings, which will also include the demolition of 3 day rooms and outbuildings on that site. The site does benefit from residential occupancy restricted planning permission for use by specific persons of traveller heritage. Obviously this would remove that, but nonetheless the permission is restricted to certain individuals as set out on the decision notice. The application site is considered to be in open countryside, detached from the built settlement, by virtue of being in depth and associated cumulative harm, the urbanisation through encroachment into the countryside. 3 dwellings would be at odds with the planning policy LP12 Part A to D, which seek to obviously restrict countryside development. In addition to that, the location of the dwellings set in depth would be harmful to the prevailing form and character of the development of the area, and there's no dimensional need for these dwellings in this location, which is clearly contrary to the spatial planning policy LP3 of the local plan. Consequently, the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gavin. We have 2 speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Alan Melton on behalf of Mainey Parish Council to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready. Thanks.
First of all, thank you, Chairman, for indulging me and allowing me to speak to you this afternoon. I am here representing Mainey Parish Council, who have no objection to this development, hence why I'm here this afternoon, and I will go briefly through the report and make my comments for members to consider. First of all, Chairman, the way I read this report and as the way I see it, it is a replacement of dwellings that are already there, although they may be caravans, etc. I find it rather interesting to note that the proposed development would see the loss of a gypsy traveller site. That may be in a strict interpretation of the rules. However, having known this family for a long time and know of them and their work, you know, and as well as I know, and your officers should know, that this site, as a traveller site, is dependent and is personal to the occupants, the Mr. and Mrs. Savage and family. Under no circumstances, if there'd been a planning application coming for a gypsy traveller site in that location, it would never have been granted in the first place. Make that clear. I've just gone through all the people who are being consulted, and I can see no particular objections. Most importantly, of course, from highways, because I know people would have shown concern about the access and egress. It says in the county ecology report, recommend refusal because this application due to lack of biodiversity. Mr. Chairman, it's surrounded by diversity. And I will go back to the point, there are already structures on that site. So it can't be detrimental by building these homes. Mr. Chairman, there is a lot of writing here about the ecology. I think if you take it all, there's virtually a whole page. Having read it thoroughly, and I won't go through it because I don't want to bore you, but quite frankly, all that lot should be dismissed. The Council's Travellers Diversity Manager. The existing development was approved for Gypsy Traveller Caravan. Mr. Chairman, circumstances change. People change. People want to move on. Chatteris and Maney and their surrounding areas, years ago, welcomed lots of traveller sites and travellers, and their descendants are now living in houses, and they are prominent business people and have contributed a lot to the local economy and the local environment. So again, I would say my comment under those comments would be not relevant and should be dismissed. It says there about local need. And it makes the point, again, 3 times I read it in this report, about local need. I think one of the comments is that there is no discernible need. With respect, Chairman, from my training with PAS all those years ago, the baseline of planning is land use. Never in the training were planning officers or planning members trained to be estate agents. That is not their role. When it comes to deed of houses, that is determined by the marketplace, not by planning. Mr. Chairman, you have stated about further development in the local plan, emerging local plan. Let me remind members that the emerging local plan makes no provision for any housing whatsoever in Maney. In one section it says it's a growth village, and in another section it says that there is no growth. You can't have it both ways. It says it encroaches in the countryside. Does it? It also makes the point about piecemeal development. For anybody who uses that road as regularly as I do, you will know that Westfield Road is made up of piecemeal development. So this development is not out of character. It's therefore the conclusion, Chairman, of my parish council that this application stands as a good application, a replacement application. It's going to have no detrimental effect on the village, on highways, because they say so. And therefore, Chairman, my council are recommending to members that they approve this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Melton. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Melton first. Councillor French.
Thank you, Mr. Melton. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, Joe.
You did say that this would never have had planning permission but in 2014 it got planning privilege.
Yes, it
for
did.
the gypsies.
It did. But if you read the report carefully, it says it was personal to the family that lived there.
I have read
And because they were already there and lived there for quite some time. What I'm saying is, if the county council had identified a need for further traveller sites within the boundaries of Maney, that site wouldn't have been considered.
Like to come back? Yeah.
But, yeah, if I can come back, you mentioned about gypsies. Yes, gypsies do have a special policy. Unfortunately, our policy is not up to date. And what I would suggest, as the clerk of Mini Parish Council, put that information into the council on the emerging plan.
Thank you for that, Councillor French. What I can say is, as in the next financial year, municipal year, Maney Parish Council are going to embark on the process of a neighbourhood plan, and that will be included. We recognise, and I recognise, that there are a need for gypsy sites, but there are sites that could certainly far better than that one.
Yeah. Anybody else got any questions at all? No. Thank you very much. Thank you. No worries. Thank you. Right. Now I'd like to invite Matthew Hall, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You've also got 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the key points with this application are policy LP3, LP12 and LP16. In our opinion, Maney is a growth village, and this is within the built-up form of Maney. I've been visiting this site probably a bit over 20 years, and there's always been various buildings on site. Could we have the Google map on the screen again, please, Gavin? Thank you. Thank you. Under policy LP12, it states that development should abut existing built-up form, which in our opinion it does by abutting Cox Way, as you can see there, to southeast. There's further permanent residential dwellings to the southwest of the site that have been established for a number of years. Policy LP16 states the proposal should make a positive contribution to the character of the area. This site can't even be seen from Westfields Road and is well screened from the public right-of-way of the running along the front of the site, as Gavin's photos showed. The proposal, in our opinion, will not be detrimental to the area and would have no impact on neighbouring dwellings, and there's been no objections from any adjacent neighbours. There are no technical objections to this application, as Mr. Melton has just said, from Maney Parish Council, Highways, Environmental Health, or the Public Rights of Way officer. The site is in flood zone 1, has an existing access which is to be utilised, and there's been no objection from the highways, and there are already, for a number of years, persons living on site. With the indicative site plan that we prepared, we've shown 3 dwellings on that site plan. Thank you. But you can see from the size of the site and the green area there, it could accommodate, in terms of area, could accommodate a lot more, but we've limited it because of the existing access, persons that are on site now, persons assume that would be on site if it gets approved, and there's no objection from the highways. Members will be aware of other applications down Westfields Road, on the northern side of Westfields Road, just like this one, that have been approved by this committee, and when you look at what's been approved, they go back a similar distance from Westfields Road compared to where this one would be. In our opinion, this is an ideal site for development, with persons already living on site. Existing access will not block the public right of way, existing drainage, flood zone 1, no change in the street scene, well screened for the public right of way, and is supported by all consultees, particularly the parish council, as we've just heard from Mr. Melton. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hall. Members, any questions, clarifications? Councillor French.
Good afternoon. I am assuming that these are for the gypsies' families, sons, daughters, etc.
So that the persons living on site are all the same family as it is, and from what I've been told, it will be the same persons who will still be living on that site. Yes.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions? Yes, me? Are you in? No, you're happy then. So, yeah, thank you so much. Now, members, questions, clarifications to officers. Councillor French?
Thank you.
It's your show so far, Councillor French.
Yes, a question to Gavin, the planning officer. Gavin, you say that this is in the open countryside. What I can see and what I've read, this is a brownfield site, and this is for replacement of structures that are already there. Is that correct?
So just to sort of clarify in terms of the use of the site and the planning permission. So the planning permission is in use currently for residential use. The structures for residential use are sort of tighter to the existing built form than the extent of the site plan proposes, the red line, for example. So the concern is sort of the depth of that site relative to existing built form and how that relates, and it's considered that relates more closely to the countryside. In terms of structures, yes, there are structures on that site. As I say, they don't extend, as you can see from that plan, as far as that red line goes. Obviously, notwithstanding that the residential use of that site is restricted by virtue of the special circumstances that were considered at that time. The policies that direct development to villages and countryside are essentially no different to what were before in terms of those considerations, and that's because of the need to protect open countryside and obviously keep the development tight to the existing built form.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Gerstner, thank you.
Thank you. Note 5.7, travel and diversity manager. The existing development was approved as a gypsy traveller caravan accommodation to meet the cultural needs of their lifestyle. It would appear that the family that are living there, the families, have lived there for quite some considerable time. So they're seeking to replace the accommodation that they're living in now with brick structured buildings. The agent have said that the brick structured building will be lived in by the applicants and their family. So I see that the diversity manager's question that the loss of a traveller's site would need to look elsewhere to replace it. There's been no movement on that site for a number of years, and so they're not transient people. So can you clarify about the loss of the traveller's site, what that means to the council, please?
Gavin, isn't that's to the case officer, Gavin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, through your chair. So I think there is some discussion in the report regarding that. I'm just going to try and quickly find it. Obviously, it doesn't form a reason for refusal in terms of loss of gypsy traveller site. Let me just see if I can find it. So 10 points, essentially. Sorry. Is it 10.7, I think? So 10.7 onwards really just considers the impact of this development on accommodation for gypsy travellers, but obviously it's acknowledged that this is specifically restricted to specific individuals, which are obviously, as you say, intending to reside on this site. So in terms of loss of traveller sites, this is not an open permission for any gypsy traveller to accommodate. It's specific to this family because that was the special circumstances under which this was originally considered when granted. What I would say is, obviously, whilst I acknowledge Matthew Hall's comments in terms of the intention of the applicant, it's not good business to restrict market dwellings, what would otherwise be market dwellings, to individuals to live in. And obviously that is a consideration for members today, because it probably would be unreasonable if they found it appropriate to grant permission to heavily restrict it to individuals, because it's just not reasonable, and the NPPF would discourage that. So therefore, what we're looking at here is open market dwellings in the location as stated, as proposed, and obviously acknowledging that it would result in the previous permission, which restricts occupancy, would fall away as a result. Thank you.
Does that? Sorry, would you like to come back, Councillor Gerstner?
Just to confirm with you, that is not a consideration to refuse on those merits on its own, the loss of a gypsy caravan site.
Now, officers don't consider it is because the applicant themselves, who are restricted by that condition of occupancy are the applicants that wish to obviously have an alternative type of accommodation.
Councillor Mifferton, please.
Yes, thank you. Question to the case officer. You said in your response to Councillor French's question, you said that the depth of the site as opposed to the existing build form, the number of structures on the site right now is more than what is proposed to be built. And also the way it's laid out, from what I can see with the images we saw before, there is more land space available at the back. Did I get your comment correctly?
Yeah, so through you, Chair, so that is an indicative layout only. So it's proposing an indicative location of dwellings. It's not committed. And I think we'd have to take into consideration associated paraphernalia that could go with that residential use. And obviously the curtilage afforded to one or two or three of those dwellings is quite substantial and goes out further into the countryside than the current built form. So that's where we're sort of considering. So whilst that's not committed in any way, shape or form in terms of a layout, there could be that, it could be deeper, it could be with residential paraphernalia that goes with the residential use as well. So that's the consideration there in terms of the depth of the site and how that encroaches into the countryside beyond the existing built structures.
Thank you. When we visited the site, there were a lot of structures on site that we saw, and from what I see now from the proposal, I know you said it's just a proposal. This would be better use of the site, in my opinion, than what it currently is at the moment. Do you agree with that?
Do I agree with that? Well, I don't consider it complies with policy. So, yes, okay, a residential use is a use nonetheless. Whether it's a better form of use in an open countryside location or encroaching up to the countryside, it's more about landscape impact and visual impact as a result.
Yeah, please carry on. Long as they're directed, the questions are directed to
open
officers.
from the site location, but it's already in existence. People already live there, and there are the buildings around it. I don't get that part. Can you explain that, please? Thank you.
So as I've said, the extent of the red line goes well beyond and into the countryside, beyond the built structures that are on that site.
So any more questions to officers? No, can't see any. Thank you very much for answering those questions. So thank you, everybody. I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So basically we're in debate and Councillor Benny wants to kick it off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Myself and Councillor French visited this site on Sunday. And truly, I fail to see why it's here. I mean, it brushes with policy, and there are certain aspects of the policy it does. But as councillors, we're here to put a human touch to this, and to bring benefit to the community in which we are supposed to represent. I've known this site for years. When I was still at school, this was a clay pigeon ground. It's a brownfield site. The old dairy yard says it all. We have building in the open countryside. We're told we've got to fill in all the little gaps before we can move out into the town. Well, look at Mainey. This is sprawling in every direction. Mainey is a very, very large village in terms of area. And what you can't see on the map is Glebe Close, which is in the bottom left-hand corner, that equally protrudes out into the open countryside, and that has been approved. We've got a family here that have decided they want to give up being in caravans and go and live in a house. Now, this isn't going to interfere with anything. We're not going to have additional traffic. We've got no objections on this. And truly, I don't agree with policy LP12. It's not. It's slap bang in the middle of Mainey. I mean, that S-bend that you can see, the double S-bend you can see, is right in the centre. The church is opposite that. So to say this is open countryside, to me, I fail to see this. If you took that approach with anything, you'd never build anything. LP12, it is that it has to, schemes must be considered for new dwellings. And I just think this is a site that could have so much more on it. The gentleman who's doing the application only wants Woody for his family, and the family are already there. I just look at this and I think, I see where the officers are coming from on this one, but as a committee and as a member, we're here to put a human face to this. and I really feel that this would be supporting the family, and I don't see that there is detriment here in any way. I mean, if you stood 200 yards further down there, you've got 10 miles of open countryside all the way to March, or another 6 all the way to Chatteris. It's, to me, this is a development crying out to be approved, and I will be supporting the application this afternoon.
Councillor French?
Thank you. It does state in the report that the loss of the site for travellers. My understanding, these travellers have been there for many years. They're born into the travellers' world. Because they live in a solid building doesn't stop them becoming travellers. They're still travellers. I'm still at the mind that this is it's a brownfield site. I'm guessing some of them are getting old and they don't want to live in a caravan anymore. So I understand what the officers are saying. I disagree that it's in the open countryside. It's a brownfield site and it's replacement of dwellings, and I will be supporting the application.
Okay. Councillor Gerstner, please.
Thank you. I mean, it's quite clearly that there's 6 letters of support for this change in usage. There's no intensification of the area whatsoever. Highways have not made any objections. It sits within its own curtilage. It's an improvement on what's there at the moment. It's a visual improvement. The family's been there a long while, and I'll be supporting I'll be supporting for approval of the application.
Thank you, Councillor Gerstner. Anybody else want to come in there? No? No? Okay.
Yeah,
It's all been said. That's absolutely fine. I think you're absolutely right. It has all been said. So, with that, I'm going to close this debate. Members, do you have questions to officers or clarifications that you want to give members?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If I could, I think just to sort of clarify a couple of points. Obviously, I note that sort of quite a lot in the debate there was referring to the family and the family want to build a house, etc. Obviously, if that is a significant material consideration for members, then if they were ultimately to support the application, they would need to consider whether or not there is so much weight on that they would want to impose a restrictive occupancy condition again, as previously. The NPPF does dissuade that kind of approach, because ultimately we should be, if we're going to be delivering housing, it should be unencumbered in that regard. But if members do consider it is a particular special circumstance in that basis, then they may want to consider whether that is restricted as a result. Obviously, so that's not something I'd recommend. Obviously, just noting some of the other points in terms of brownfield land. So the site itself at the moment is ultimately it's sort of an extension of a default agricultural land. It doesn't form actually the residential use, so therefore it wouldn't actually technically be previously developed land under brownfield. And obviously a note, a comment about sort of 6 letters of support Councillor Gerstner raised. Obviously, letters of support, letters of objection, whilst what the contents of those might be material, just because we've got 6 letters of support is not sort of, well, there's no policy indication that should be given any more weight than the policy itself. So just some points of clarification there. Thank you.
So, you've summed up really well. Thank you. So, I suppose now, do we have a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission? So to refuse it, anybody? So obviously that has failed. So I'm looking for another proposal. Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to propose we go against officer's recommendation and approve this application. My reasons are I don't consider this is LP3, and I certainly don't think this is an elsewhere location. It's certainly within the boundaries of Mainey. It is delivering high quality accommodation. It's improving the quality of lives of the people, and as they get older, they will need their family around them to look after them. And LP16D and delivering and protecting high quality environments. I think that this is adding to the high quality of the environment by passing this today, rather than leaving these poor people to live in where they don't want to be. Also, I would not want to put the restrictions on in the conditions to tie that. I think that is Gavin implied that in his summing up, and I don't think we should be putting restrictions on this. From what I see and from what I know, that this is a family that's going to live there, and we don't need to put restrictions on that.
Absolutely correct. It's not. We can't do that sort of thing. So, you've indicated that you want to second this, Councillor French. I did see your hand raised. So, I'm happy with those proposed. Sorry.
Yeah, can we have a look at the conditions before the document's signed?
Yeah, you can. I'm sure that you can share that. Your
Who am I sharing?
Councillor French and myself. Yeah, absolutely. You've only got to say the word, Councillor Benny. So with Councillor Benny as well. So we'd just like to have a quick look at the. I think we're going to share it with everyone. The committee then, Gavin, including. So
if I can just propose, then the conditions are run through the chair of planning committee for agreement, so that obviously the chair can.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't like too onerous conditions, so I think that's fine with me. So we've got to propose. We've got to propose a go against officer recommendation to approve this application. It's proposed by Councillor Benny some minutes ago, seconded by Councillor French. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please? So that application has been approved. Thank you. So I'll now hand it to Gavin again to present FYR 230858F, agenda item number 5. So again, Gavin, when you're ready, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So agenda item 5 is an application for a sui generis up to 8-person HMO at 41 Queens Road, Wisbech. If I can please refer members to the update report that was circulated yesterday in respect of this, and I think as members have mentioned earlier on, there was also a further email received this morning from a resident also at Queens Road in Wisbech there. So the application site lies in the sort of the core of Wisbech. It comprises one half of a pair of semi-detached Victorian dwellings, and there's, as you can see from the site plan there, shown edged red, accesses to the front, and there's also a rear access down an alleyway that serves a number of rear gardens off of Queens Road there. So the proposed site plan here shows how the existing dwelling is proposed to be reconfigured to accommodate the 8 single rooms, which is over 3 floors. The dwelling itself is about 2.5 stories. There's attic rooms already in existence. So essentially it provides 8 single rooms over 3 floors with obviously the loft space. There's a communal room, communal kitchen, shared bathrooms and some dedicated en-suites as well. There's a utility room at the rear, an outside bin store and parking for up to 6 vehicles, which utilises the front of the property and again to the rear, as you can see on that bottom right site layout plan. So the elevations shown here essentially propose quite minimal external alterations, very little to the front. There's a reconfiguration of some of the rear-facing windows in order to accommodate that internal reconfiguration, and obviously just general internal layout changes primarily. So as you can see from the photographs, you've got the frontage of the property there, top left, and top right again. You can sort of see it from Queens Road there. And then the bottom right photograph is showing that rear sort of alleyway that runs down the side rear driveway, which takes you to the car parking area, which is the bottom right photo there. So the current application seeks permission to convert the existing C3 dwelling into a sui generis HMO, so up to 8 persons. The scheme has been amended during the course of the application and reduced from 12 down to 8. Obviously, the benefits of the scheme, which would result in the reuse of that building for essentially a sort of target market of users. It's within a primary market town. It's an affordable type of accommodation in terms of what it seeks to achieve. And it's obviously within a sustainable part of that settlement, the market town of Wisbech. So in general, it's considered to meet the aims of the development plan. In terms of sort of the character of the area, residential amenity, highway safety, these have obviously all been considered, including the contributions that have been received from concerned residents in the area. However, it's considered that, on balance, given the benefits of the scheme and the sort of the limited harm it's anticipated to cause, it's considered that when read as a whole, it complies with the development plan, and the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Gavin. We have 3 speakers on this application. Firstly, I'd like to invite Councillor Steve Tierney. He's the ward councillor, to make his presentation to the committee. You 5 minutes. When you're nice and settled, you can start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for committee for taking the time to hear from me. Before I speak, I'd like to point out that I am the county, town and district councillor for the area, but there are other councillors. Councillor Susan Warwick and Councillor Samantha Hoy are the 2 district councillors. They've fed into what I'm about to say and support it fully. And the other town councillor is Councillor Edwards, who's over there, also here to support the residents in opposing this application. Queen's Road is a normal residential street full of family character homes in a well-established community neighbourhood. Under the local plan's health and wellbeing guidance LP2, we aim to provide high levels of residential amenity, which this proposal pays only scant lip service to. It has almost no communal areas and which does not give a sense of community. LP2 also specifically states the ambition to create an environment in which communities can flourish. Clearly, people cannot easily flourish in these sort of proposed accommodations. More on this later. This proposal is also contrary to paragraph 8 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which states that development should support strong, vibrant and healthy communities. Living in a small box room with no community space is clearly the opposite of that ambition and is not conducive to a healthy life. But in my opinion, the key reason why this application should be turned down is that it breaches LP16 in multiple ways. LP16B states that development should protect and enhance biodiversity on and around the site. This proposal doesn't do that. The garden's removed to create multiple parking spaces, but not enough parking spaces, which I'll get to later. LP16D states that development should make a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of the area. This application cannot possibly do this, can it? LP16E states that development should not adversely impact on the amenity of neighbouring users. One example given is loss of privacy. This site will lead to overlook of number 39, as has been mentioned in the objections today, and so clearly contravenes this. LP16 sets out our desire to deliver and protect high-quality environments. This building would normally be a high-quality family home, but under these proposals become multiple small dwellings, creating isolation and having a negative effect on the physical, mental and physical health of people forced to live their entire lives basically in one room. Finally, I would draw your attention to the poor provision of parking for this many proposed residents. Committee may remember that you did previously turn down another application last year, Langley Lodge, 300 yards down the road, for the same reason. That application went to the appeal and the appeal supported this committee's reservations and decision. This is the same situation. LP15C stipulates development schemes should provide well-designed car parking, appropriate to the amount of development proposed and in line with car parking standards. The development proposed would result in a shortfall of car parking, which would result in on-street parking to the detriment of road safety and contrary to the aims and objectives of the aforementioned policy. For consistency then, I would ask planning members to replicate that logical decision and to turn this application down. These are all good reasons for you to consider, but I would just like you to go a little bit further and think about what the town council said when they discussed this issue, which is that a lot of problems that we have come from poorly planned and poorly placed HMOs. We've all seen that. All of you as councillors will know this is true. Indeed, I've recently been called out to this area to deal with fly tipping, and when the people who did the fly tipping were traced, you can guess what sort of property they were living in. That doesn't mean that everybody who lives in a HMO is a problem, but we know that they can often be problems when poorly placed and poorly planned. This is a poor place and a poor plan. Please turn it down. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tierney. Questions? Let's take Councillor French first and Councillor Benny. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. You said it will cause overlooking out Whereabouts will it be overlooked?
One of the neighbours, number 39, will be overlooked from one of the high windows as the windows have been repositioned and it creates overlooking.
Okay, Councillor Benny and then Councillor Hicks. Thank you.
Councillor Tierney, what is the on-street parking situation in Queen Street, please?
Well, lots of cars park along the road. I mean, the residents often complain about people speeding and driving recklessly down the road. But it's an odd sort of road because it's very wide, so there's no easy way to slow people down, and there's no easy way to control parking. Essentially, your first come, first serve is the on-street parking situation, and there are often lots of residents parked along the road because they can't park elsewhere, sometimes to go into town and not even because they live there. So there's already a parking difficulty, and there are lots of near misses and problems with the traffic on the road already. I get that as a councillor all the time, and I feel that this would just exacerbate that problem.
Thank you very much. I fully appreciate the issues that residents have in that area.
Yep, Councillor Hicks, thank you.
Well, I think I've had most of my thunder stolen there, I'm afraid. But just as a matter of clarification, just to go on the record, I take it that the 6 cars proposed there are for the people living in there, not for the visitors attending. And to your knowledge, I've been to the site to put on record, there are double yellow lines all the way around the front of the building and the side. So the immediate parking is not outside the property. Is that correct?
Honestly, I can't remember where the double yellow lines run to, but I believe that's correct. Yeah, I'm getting the thumbs up from the residents who know better than me, so I believe that's right. I just couldn't picture it. I didn't want to get it wrong. So that's true, and I'm glad you raised the point about the 6 cars because, of course, the proposed residence is 8, and that's presuming 1 car each and no visitors. It's clearly not enough, so it's going to create an overspill.
Just to clarify, there is double yellow lines down Queen Street, and also they go down the back to where King Street is as well. So, you know, that will, if residents abide by the law, they should not be parking in Queen Street or King Street. Just to clarify, thank you. Any more questions for Councillor Tierney? No, thank you very much. So, I'd now like to invite William Morris. He's an objector to make his presentation to the committee. When you're ready, take your time. You've got 5 minutes, so no rush.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and your committee for being prepared to listen to me. My name is William Morris. I am a resident of Queen's Road, and I've been asked to speak now by other residents who are very, very concerned about this application and do not want it to be approved. There's a lot of depth of feeling here. Can I say, I myself and my wife have lived in Queen's Road for very many years, and we brought up our family in Queen's Road. And it is quintessentially a road of family houses. To my knowledge, there have not been HMOs in that road before. Multiple occupancy is something that has never really featured. If this application is approved, that is going to change the situation fundamentally. And if the application is approved, it will, with respect, change and debase the amenity of the road and the character of the road. Mr. Chairman, I think it's also very important to realise that this application for multiple occupancy for number 41 is for 8 people, 8 bedrooms. But there's a real problem here. 6 of the 8 bedrooms could accommodate a double bed. So what on earth is going to stop, say, up to 14 people residing in that property at number 41, albeit against regulations, against rules, but these things happen, and I suspect it will happen. So how on earth would the council enforce the restriction on the numbers? I don't know, and it's interesting that this point has specifically been raised in correspondence to this council, because it was brought to the attention of at least one of the residents that there had been a similar case in another district where the planning inspectors had written and said, and I quote, "Planning inspectors have stated they are not persuaded that a condition attempting to limit numbers of occupants would be practicably possible to enforce in terms of its interpretation and detecting a contravention. Consequently, it would fail the tests of precision and enforceability set out in the National Planning Policy Framework." Now this, unquote, and this concern was actually raised with this local authority within a letter of objection sent to you on the 12th of January 2024. The writer of that letter, writers were in fact a Mr. and Mrs. Ketley, residents in Queen's Road. Now, that letter, which was sent, has not been acknowledged within the summary of the objections at section 5.8 of your committee report. It's just not been dealt with. But it's a real issue. If there is to be multiple occupancy, how can it be policed? I've mentioned the effect on the amenity of Queen's Road in general, but as Councillor Tierney has already touched upon, what about the amenity of the residents themselves residing in the HMO if it were granted at number 41? It seems to us that the accommodation at number 41 will not be fit for purpose. There are limited communal facilities. The residents, in effect, would be expected to relax and cook and eat all in the same room. That's not good. And how many residents will there be? Will there really be 8 or will there be more? Looking then now at the impact on the amenity so far as the whole road is concerned, we think that there are real issues here. Noise. There'll be a lot more noise, comings and goings to the multiple occupancy property. The people who will suffer particularly are those who live next door and close by. These are real issues. There'll be an increase in litter. There's already a litter problem. Anybody who goes down the service road behind the Queen's Road properties will see how so often there is fly tipping there and things are just dumped there. One suspects that that situation will be made that much worse if there is multiple occupancy dwellings. And then highway safety. That has been touched on by Mr. Tierney.
Would you just sum up very extremely quickly?
Yes.
You've had the 5 minutes with respect.
I'm very nearly finished. I do apologise. The site is close to a tricky crossroads, and the situation will be made more difficult there with a multiple occupancy house just next door. Environmentally, it's not good because they're proposing to do away with the garden because the residents parking there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry if I've taken too much of your time.
Very interesting presentation there, and you made some very, very valid points, in my opinion. But we are where we are. Members, questions at all? I'll take Councillor Marks first. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I've heard what Councillor Tierney's had to say, and yourself. I have to say, in Maney recently, we've had an HMO passed. There was a lot of people against it, and time will tell whether it actually works out or not. But from that, we have the noise issue of night workers 24 hours a day going in and out. Obviously, with what's proposed here, do you feel this is going to be more of sort of like transient workers, or do you think that the property will be for longer term?
I suspect, though I have no professional knowledge here, that it's going to be... But I don't know. I am convinced that there will be more noise, more interference. Quite sure of that.
And can I just follow that up by, can you confirm if there's been, obviously you've lived in the area for a long period of time, antisocial behaviour up to this point, or has it been a quiet cul-de-sac or a cold road?
road?
The answer is no, there hasn't been antisocial behaviour. Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Anyone? Oh, Councillor Miffordham, please. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Morris. You mentioned about the alleyway behind the proposed development. Can you tell us what the problems are? Because when we visited the site recently, there were wheelie bins placed on both sides of the road. Now, one of my main concern with this development is the parking, because they're going to allow parking at the back.
Yes.
3 cars at the back, 3 cars at the front. So that's going to do away with where you place wheelie bins. Now, we know that HMOs, for example, it's not their responsibility to take their bins out. It is, but they don't do it anyway. So that's how we end up with fly tipping. So can you please tell us what the situation is right now with the alleyway and how do you have any fly tipping issues, and are bins being collected regularly there?
Yes, well, most of the houses in Queen's Road put their bins in the alleyway behind. Some of the residents put them in front, but not many. They are collected in due course, and the collection of the bins is done very well. The problem is the dumping of rubbish in bags or not in bags, and that is just not collected at all sometimes. And I know from personal experience, my wife is always not always, it's very often having to contact the council to say there's been fly tipping, there's been refuse left here, can it be collected? And the council is extremely good and does just that. And our fear, one of the fears we have, is that if this application is approved, then there will be more of this problem, much more of it. And I do emphasise the road behind Queen's Road, Chestnut Road, it's fairly narrow. It's not well maintained. There are obstructions there regularly.
Any more questions at all to Mr. Morris? No burning ambition to do so. Thank you very much. Very eloquent.
Thank you for your
Mr.
time.
Morris, thank you. Now I'd like to invite Matthew Hall, of course he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. Obviously you've got 5 minutes and a little bit more that I forwarded Mr. Morris, so 30 seconds after that if you wish to take it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. When we got the officer's report, we were pleased to note that the officer is recommending approval of this application. One of the key points with the application is the existing dwelling is not to be extended. The existing property was constructed originally as a 2.5-storey dwelling with rooms in the roof, and there are already windows in the side gable and at the front. And we're not touching those, we're not introducing any more windows at the second floor. The proposal is not to enlarge this property in any way. Only 2 additional ensuite frosted glass windows are to be set, which is in the side wall facing number 39, and they're both at ground floor, 2 foot wide, frosted glass ensuite windows. No additional windows at first or second floor level. And the design of the proposal has been specifically set out to ensure the actual dwelling from the street scene would remain as existing with no additional windows or extensions. With a house multiple occupancy of this size, there would be additional soundproofing added to the property as part of building regulations, and the environmental health officer is not objecting to the proposal. Your officer is happy with the bin storage provision that we've shown, and this proposal leaves over half of the plot as garden area, which is in accordance with policy LP2. Well, one of the key things, in my opinion, with this proposal is obviously the parking. Now, we've shown 6 on-site parking spaces, which Highways Officer and the Planning Officer have not raised any objection, and under 9.14, the officer states in their report that this is reasonable. When we went to look at this job, obviously we had a look around the area, etc., and 2 streets away from this site at Alexandra Road, an 8-bed HMO was approved at number 26 with no on-site parking in 2019. At number 27, Alexandra Road, a 9-bedroom HMO was approved with no parking in 2019. Both of these applications are 100 metres from this site. All the technical consultees support this application, including the Highways, Environmental Health and Fenland District Council's private sector housing officer. And during the application, the layout has been amended in conjunction with the private sector housing officer. Also the client, in terms of communal facilities, facilities in the rooms, sizes of rooms. And during the application, the planning officer, in our opinion, has been very proactive, worked with us excellently to allow the application to come forward with a recommendation for approval, and the officer is advising, in their opinion, this is policy compliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hall. Questions for Mr Hall? Councillor Hicks and then Councillor Miffordin. Thank you.
You referred to the other HMOs around the area. I don't know whether you're armed with this information or not, but are those other ones what was approved surrounded by double yellow lines?
Well, when I looked at the applications, they were approved under delegated power, so they didn't come to this planning committee. That was in 2019. Down, I believe there are yellow lines down that road, yes. All right, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, fair enough. Sorry. The answer, yeah.
We'll finish Councillor Hicks, Councillor Miffordin, then Councillor French. Thank you.
Just what Councillor Hicks just said as well, but in addition to that, I'm sure you know Alexander Road is right next to the big public car park, so you will not require any parking spaces for HMO there. So that is, in my opinion, entirely different from this property we are looking at, which has no parking spaces, surrounded by double yellow lines, and also you're going to lose the front garden, as well as demolish garage in the back garden to create 6 parking spaces for 8 residents who may have more vehicles, who may then have to park, who may have partners or visitors who will then park on the street. I mean, you have to agree that's not the same thing.
With, of course, with due respect, obviously of your opinion, I have mine. I mean, with this, when I go to Wisbech, and some of my family live in Wisbech and are from Wisbech, I tend to park in that car park, which is access off Queen's Road. So it is obviously access from Alexandra Road, but it would also be access from Queen's Road. It's close to both sites, in my opinion. Alexandra Road, there was no on-street, on-site parking, which I was surprised. We didn't do the applications. So we've provided 6. Yes, it's an 8-bed HMO. But I'd also consider, in my opinion, I think the Highways officer does as well, but I'll be corrected that this could be considered quite a town centre location. And yeah, that would be my opinion.
Just sorry, not to extend it, if you just look at that map there, you got Queen's Road with a property here, and then at the very end, the top right corner, you can make out where the car park is. And right next to that is Alexander Road, so it's not the same thing. It's a quite distance.
So, I mean, again, looking at the map, going to the northwest, as it were, is obviously there's the large car park there at Queen's Road, which, in my opinion, maybe not ideal, but people from this house could also access that Queen's Road car park. And Alexandra Road has got the public car park there as well, I agree, yes. But in my opinion, both are quite close to public car parks, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor French, and then Councillor Benny. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 questions, please. Are people living in this dwelling at the moment?
When the applicant purchased it, it was empty, and to my knowledge, it's still empty.
Thank you. When Councillor Tierney spoke to us, he said about the overlooking.
On the actual side of the dwelling overlooking number 39, at the moment there's windows in the roof that are there now, which are staying. We're not touching those. We're not introducing anything at first floor, but downstairs, which does face number 39, we're putting in 2 ensuite windows, 600 wide with frosted glass windows. That's the only 2 openings we're introducing on that side.
Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Hall, you said this afternoon, in your opinion, that this is suitable and everything else. In your opinion, would you want it next door to you?
That's a leading question, but
that's right. It is.
You can answer, or you needn't. So, if obviously you're not choosing to, so can we have another question more?
So I've just wondered if Mr. Hull's been saying it's in
No,
his opinion this is suitable.
No, that's
I
just
wonder
a-
what his
that's-
opinion was if it was
that-
next door to him.
That's just a leading question. We can't allow that from the chair. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hall. We've heard from the resident, we've heard from Councillor Tierney. I have a real concern, 8 bedrooms, and I do agree. Suddenly this has come down from 12. How quickly will this be upped to 12, to 14, to bed sharing, hot bed sharing, whatever? It is a big concern. What have we got in place of some sort of management that equally it's not a 24-hour people going in and out? It's strange the applicant himself isn't here to the people aren't here to tell us exactly what they're going to put as a management type company in place to look after this.
I mean, with regards to the persons who are going to occupy it, are they going to be 9 till 5 jobs, or are they going to be on a night shift? I don't know. And is that something that can be controlled by planning condition? In my opinion, probably not. I can see a proposed planning condition in here limiting it to 8. Obviously, if more people go in, then obviously the council can step in, enforcement, etc., etc. We've worked with the private sector housing officer. We were going to provide facilities in the rooms because they're great at the size and what's required, but they said no, we want that taken out, which we did. You know, can I give you a guarantee that there's going to be more than 8 people, not being more than 8 people living it? I mean, I can't know, but there's a planning condition here that states it's limited to 8, and that's what the licence would be if it's approved.
So do you believe there will be some sort of management in place for this building?
With the applicant, he owns a number of other properties in Wisbech, which we've worked with him on, both residential flats, commercial. He is a management letting agent himself, so he does it all himself. My understanding, looking at some of the positive comments online from the Fenland District Council private sector housing officer, they're very positive. So my understanding is he is the management company, the owner himself. He wouldn't have someone do it, he would do it himself.
Okay, thank you. But at the end of the day, they don't live next door to this and this proposal. But following on from that, you know, I am really concerned that 8 is just going to escalate as it goes forward, and then everything around it. Is there any other things they're putting in place, such as security cameras or anything else?
The applicant would be happy to accept security cameras if it's approved. We'd be happy to accept a condition that there needs to be a management plan agreed with officers. He'd be happy to put those things in place as a condition. If we have to come back to members to agree that, that's fine. We'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Just as a side, I've just come in there. That when I went there, whatever day it was, time flies, doesn't it? And looked at it, there was a for sale board out there, and I still think it's still advertised with a local estate agent as well. So I just think members ought to be aware that it's up for sale and marketed in the reasonable, in the proper way. Thanks. So, anyone else got any questions for Mr. Hall before we let him go? Nope. Thank you very much for that. So, members, questions to officers, if you have any. I'm sure there will be some, won't there? Councillor Hicks, thank you.
I'm just curious to know, and there's probably a very, very good reason why with 8 residents you'd allow 6 car parking spaces. Could you clarify that, please?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thanks very much. So I think, first and foremost, as set out in the report, the local plan doesn't actually set out parking standards for HMOs. Obviously, general C3 we would be looking at, but nonetheless, that's what the report sets out. I think also, relative to the report, section 10.2 sort of really draws on what officers have sort of gleaned from numerous appeal decisions, which essentially sets out from those appeal decisions where a planning inspector generally considers that HMOs yield lower car ownership. That's quite a general standard sort of response in appeal decisions from the planning inspector. So therefore that then sort of would make officers consider whether or not the loss of potentially 2 parking spaces, if indeed we're making assumptions that every occupier would have a car, is a reasonable reason to refuse the application. I think also if we look at paragraph 115 of the NPPF, it sets out that we should only be seeking to refuse applications on transport grounds if there are severe cumulative impacts, or on highway grounds or highway safety grounds. Obviously, we don't have any technical objections on that basis. So again, it would be difficult, I think, to defend an appeal on those grounds. Notwithstanding that, we're in a sort of close to a town centre location anyway. Our local plan does set out in the parking standards that where we're sort of in market towns, where there's more jobs, for example, more local jobs and better transport networks, that we can consider a lower parking provision, notwithstanding that we don't actually have a standard for HMO set out. So I think on that basis, there are 6 parking spaces proposed with this HMO, which is, in my opinion, more than we would normally secure on HMOs or have secured previously on HMOs, taking a consistent approach. And on that basis, we don't actually have any evidence that this would result in a severe harm in highway safety terms, having regard to para 115 of the NPPF.
We'll take Councillor Marks and Councillor Rivenden. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, by reducing it from 12 to 8, does that change any legislation regarding fire or anything else, or is it just because of the number it was felt unsuitable for 12 people in that building? Is there a legislation change by dropping it that low?
Yeah, through you, Chair. So obviously the room sizes are set out through standards, and they're licensed through our licensing team at the local authority as well. So they set out the room size standards. So we've obviously got single rooms here. In terms of fire standards, again, that would be captured through sort of licensing arrangements, etc. It's not something that planning deal with. Generally, planning deal with land use. So the reason for going from 12 to 8 is probably because, essentially the development as proposed for 12 didn't demonstrate it could comfortably accommodate 12 people, so therefore it was reduced to 8 as a result.
Councillor Rivenden, please.
Yes, just a question to the case officer. I live in Wisbech, as you know, I don't know if you know, but I do live in Wisbech, and that road is one of the nicer roads in Wisbech. A lot of the occupants there, they are, from what I gather, they are owner-occupiers, and a lot of them are elderly, which indicates to me they probably lived there for a long time. It's a conservation area as well. Now, don't you think granting or allowing a HMO, and the properties there are quite large, they are substantial properties, most of them are. Don't you think granting this HMO will set a precedent for people to buy up other properties and just convert them to HMOs as well, which would then ruin the character of that area? It is a lovely, lovely street. It's broad. It's, unlike many streets in Wisbech that are cramped, where you have to be really careful driving past, and also probably one of the streets in Wisbech that has probably the fewest potholes, as far as I know. Yeah, so don't you think granting this application for 8-bed HMO will just, set the ball rolling for more people to buy a property and just want to, because then you can say, oh, you granted that, why wouldn't you grant mine?
Yeah, please, yeah.
I will transfer over Gavin after I've said my piece, Councillor. Through you, Chair. It is lawful for every single property on this road to be bought and converted into a 6-person HMO without control by this committee or by officers. So, to be clear, we're not talking about whether it's acceptable for any property to be converted into a HMO. We're talking about 2 people, capacity of 2 beyond what is already lawful for a conversion. So, Gavin?
Yeah. So essentially, the starting point really is that this house could accommodate 6 unrelated people lawfully. So the extra over is the 2 persons that we need to consider. In terms of character harm, I think it would be very difficult to evidence and demonstrate that the character would be reduced as a result of this becoming an 8-person HMO. Particularly when we have a fallback position of 6 persons, so the additional 2 people would that result in a degradation of that property that's significant and demonstrable? I don't think I'd feel comfortable suggesting it would. And obviously, there are a number of HMOs across our district, Wisbech being one of those districts. Clearly, there's a need for HMOs as an accommodation style, accommodation type. We don't set out any strategic policies as to where they should be located. So therefore, it is each case in its own merits on that basis.
Okay, you mentioned character harm, but I think there will be, it's obvious there'll be character harm. We're gonna tarmac over or hard stand in the front garden, knock the back garden down and put 3 car parking spaces there. Provisions for bins have not been mentioned because as a HMO, I know they are in the plan, but once you put the 3 car parking, I mean, I visited the site, I don't even know how you can fit 3 car parking spaces when you knock down 1 garage, for example. Honestly, I don't. So I think there is character harm. We have a lot of HMOs in Wisbech already. I think this is the wrong location for a HMO. I am not against HMOs, like you said. Yes, there are areas where we may need them, but I don't think in this particular area, I don't think we need HMOs. You know, is like the line officer said, might not be unlawful, but then we have to take into consideration the health and well-being of people who live around there. Is that not important? Thank you.
I'd just like to come in there now. Thank you, Councillor Mifflin. So, it's proposed 8 people live in this HMO. So, tell me if I'm wrong. They may have partners. Probably most of us in this room have got some partners with one thing or another who wish to live in there probably with them. And they would hopefully be working, and then there'd be 16 people in there, or up to 16 people in there. So what would be put in place? Because it's okay for 8, but then you've got double. You probably could have double. So what would be the answer to that? Because we've got double the people living there, haven't we? Double the doors banging or doors shutting, noise at all times. It's perhaps just a step too far for me. But
thank you, Gerald. I'm going to take this from an enforcement point of view.
Yeah, you wouldn't know, would you? But but that's going to be my next point. Yeah, please carry on, then I'll come back, please.
I've dealt with over occupancy issues in relation to HMOs historically in other authorities, and a lot of those have been lawful HMOs where there's been an issue in relation to going beyond the 6 people allowed for lawfully without requiring planning permission. And under those circumstances, I take on board the comments by the inspector made that controlling the number of occupants in relation to a property can be difficult, but it is certainly not beyond the wit of man. Those occupancy limits are can be both set by planning and by the licence, and they are ably enforced by licensing as well as by planning in other areas. So, in terms of the total number of occupants, we'd be looking to work with licensing. If they have a report in relation to over occupancy, then we'd be able to take that on board and issue a breach of condition notice. Or if we received a report from members of the public that there was an over occupancy, we'd be able to take action on that. And there's no particular provision in relation to proactive visits to HMOs on the assumption that they're over-occupied. But assessing the number of permanent residents is fairly straightforward.
Yeah, but I'll come back if I may. But it is, like Mr. Morris said, it's going to you would have a job to enforce that, because you're never, most definitely, you're not going to get those 16 people. When you go around there, there's 16 people there. There's always going to be 9 or 10, or some go out to work, probably, hopefully 2 or 3 around there. I think it's just too difficult to enforce, really. I know, I accept with respect that you've done this before, but this HMO is not a detached dwelling in a large area. It's a semi-detached dwelling in a predominantly lovely area where probably you could even hear noise next door, and just doesn't sit right with me. But you could answer. Try to answer.
I will. if we were talking about the occupation of of this dwelling by a single unit of people acting or living as a family, there is no upper limit on the number of people who could reside in it, nor on the number of cars that they could have and try to park locally. So we're talking about a situation where, under the extreme circumstances, if we're going to say that this could be illicitly occupied by more than the requisite number of people, it could be lawfully occupied by far more than 8.
Yeah, but when you're talking about a family unit, you are talking about a family unit. But these people are transient, aren't they? Generally, they've got no relations there. They're probably 2 or 3 or 4 different nationalities there. There could be. So I don't. So family units, one thing. Well, we all have little disagreements with families, don't we? But when different nationalities, or could be different nationalities put there, there is more of a chance that there is going to be disturbance in a lovely area. So again, if you just like to clarify that, then we'll move on. Thank you.
Well, I think that wouldn't be a material planning consideration.
It's a point, though, isn't it?
Not one that I feel the committee should be basing their decision on.
Okay,
Chair.
that's fine. Okay. So, Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you. Not to be the devil's advocate here, but you could have 6, limited to 6, and put 12 people in. Previous applications for multiple occupancy that was passed are also open to abuse of the number of people that have gone in there. So I'm not saying it's a weak argument. I'm saying that's the level playing field that we're on. I think the issue here is the residential amenity, the loss of the garden at the front, the car parking issue, and the possible number of vehicles that could be trying to access that site, and the potential of enforcement. As we know, there's many multiple occupancy buildings throughout Fenland, okay, and for planning or licensing to keep track of it all is a very difficult thing to do. But the mathematics work past, present and future, I'm sorry to say. Thank you.
Any more questions to officers? No, thank you. So, right, so we'll now debate the application. So would you like to, anybody want to kick off the debate? Councillor Mifferton, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say I do not support this application for many reasons I've stated before. I think it's overdevelopment, and LP2, facilitating health and well-being of Fenland residents, it doesn't facilitate health and well-being of Fenland residents. I hear what the planning officer has said, that it could be C3, where you can have a family of 6 living there, but then they are a family. They're a family, and then they probably have, I don't know, most properties in that street I've seen, they've had a maximum of 2 cars. Some have 1, some have none. If a family of 6 live there, these are the properties that have families living in them. They're not going to have, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 cars. But on this site, you're going to have people of working age, maybe seasonal workers or people who work at different shifts. And because of our transport facilities, which is non-existent in Wisbech, people are going to have cars, and they're going to park their cars somewhere. They're going to park it on the street, and they're going to park it at the property. So I don't think this application should be supported. We have it's called a doggy park. It's down Queen Street, just beside King Street. Now, we've had problems in the past there where HMOs in the area have been used. I'm not saying it's going to be like a drugs den or whatever. Have been used as, drugs den. And we have had issues with having to call the police. I mean, that's draining police resources. They could be elsewhere. And thankfully, the property got closed, and then that problem got resolved. The reason I brought that up is because the park is called Doggy Park is notorious for people sitting around and doing nothing, and for fly tipping, and for other HMOs within the vicinity, which is not far from this property. People just dumping and not clearing their rubbish. Now, I don't think this is the right location for this HMO. And if the client, the person who's purchased the property has properties in the area, I'm sure he can. We need decent housing in Wisbech. There's a shortfall of 3-bed and 4-bed family homes in Wisbech. There are lots of HMOs, but we do not have decent housing for families to move in. So I think this will be a loss if this is converted to an HMO. Amongst all other problems it's going to create, social problems it's going to create. So I will not be supporting this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mifflin. Anybody else want to? We're in debate, so Councillor French and then Councillor Hicks, or Councillor Hicks first, whichever.
Yeah, I was writing notes as we went along there. I think as councillors, we have our own little patch what we look after, but we have a bigger duty than that. I know my patch is in March and this is in Wisbech, but you have to represent the people of Fenland, and I don't think the people down that road, I can see where they're coming from. There are so many notes on this piece of paper, some of which have been covered by my colleague over there, but I don't believe there's enough car parking spaces. I don't believe it's in keeping with the area, and the fact that it's got double yellow lines around the outside mean that any overspill to that car park cannot be used, or they'd have to park up the road. High quality development, we have to be aware of that as well, and the loss of privacy. You've got to imagine if you've got 8 people in that house going up and down stairs, I'm sure because it's a semi-detached property, you're going to hear that next door. Keep going up, making a noise, everything like that. If it was a detached property, I'd probably be more willing to support this, but the fact is that it is what it is. We have to see what we've got in front of us, and for those reasons, I'm not going to be supporting this today.
Comments? Anybody else want? Councillor Marks, and then Councillor French. Okay, well, whoever. Please feel free to do what you've got to do.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Yeah, looking at policy LP2 requires development proposals to promote high level of residential amenity, and policy LP16, it does not do this. As Councillor Hicks has just said, it's not detached, it's a semi-detached. And as you all know, I love my human rights. If this application is approved, you're taking the human rights away from the local residents. They're entitled to enjoy a peaceful home and environment, and this application goes against their human rights.
Distance is the word you're looking for, Councillor French. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard everything. I probably came into this with open mind. However, having in the back of my mind HMO Maney, which we've had serious issues with, I hear everything that's been said today. My mind is made. There is no way I would be supporting this at the present time. There's no control over numbers. I have a concern also, which hasn't been picked up on, the 3 car parking spaces on Queen's Road. You actually got to reverse virtually straight out onto a crossroads, which is another concern that hasn't even been mentioned today. So road safety, I know what Camden County Council has said, but again, that's probably just a desktop survey. You know, it is a major concern for that as well. And the well-being for the people who already live there. And all I can see is we're opening up a can of worms should we agree to this today. So as far as I'm concerned, unfortunately on this occasion, I will have to go against officer's recommendation, and you know, I would refuse this application.
Okay, still in debate. Anyone who want to add to it? Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you. There's also a highways issue here from the Highways Authority about the covering over of the front garden. The highways state that they do not wish surface water to be drained onto the highway. So a drain and a channel has to be made. And that may be very difficult to achieve. So highways do have an issue and a problem there. Thank you.
Yes, good point, Councillor Gerstner. Anybody still in debate? Anybody else want to add to it? Councillor Benny, I thought you would.
Well, chop my 2 pennyworth in.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a Fenland planning meeting without you putting your pennies in, would it?
I mean, I've listened to everything. I don't disagree with anything anybody else has said. I think, you know, I've been making notes this afternoon as we've been doing this. I mean, the parking is certainly unsuitable in this location. I mean, LP16D, a positive contribution and distinctiveness to the area. I mean, that fails miserably on that one. Adversely impact neighbours. Well, we've got overlooking. Amenity space, you know, it's a family home, and we could have, you know, with guests, you could have all sorts of numbers of people living there. and that would then affect the amenity. I fail to see that. You're going to have noise from this on a semi-detached property. You will find people coming and going at different times of the day. It doesn't fit in with the standard work pattern of how most residents live their lives in that street, I assume. And I just feel that this is not a suitable area, and I just feel that the whole proposal here to put this number of people in this small area, bearing in mind, I think Gavin did mention the local transport. Well, we all know that local public transport is appalling in Fenland because it just doesn't run, does it? It's not connected, so therefore everybody has to have a car, as we all do, and therefore cars are going to be used. It's not going to be public transport, and I just look at this and I feel that the negatives of this proposal are too great for me to support this as an approval, and I will be going against officer's recommendation this afternoon.
Anybody just want to add to the debate before I close it? I think it's nearly all been said, I think. Okay, I'm going to close the debate now. Officers, would you like to make any points with the issues raised?
Yes, I think if I could. So I think just to go back to Councillor Immerford about the number of people that could occupy the property, just to clarify, because I think you were talking more about you could have a family of 6 living there. Yes, you could. You could also have 6 unrelated people living there as well. So it's just to clarify that point to yourself there. I think obviously I sort of get a sort of feel for where this application might be going. So I think we've obviously got some concerns about the lack of on-site parking and the resultant highway safety issues that may result in. The fact that it's not in keeping with the character of the area, and that it would cause amenity harm through overlooking and noise, I think I've got here, through the comings and goings, as well as overlooking through, I'm assuming, first floor window positions. So they're the sort of the main points that I've sort of gleaned from that debate.
I haven't got my book with me, so sorry, Kat.
Sorry, can we just add in there also residents' well-being?
Just what I was going to say.
It's not only the residents, new residents, it will be the new residents as well in a very, very small or a large house in very small rooms.
Exactly the point I was making. I just didn't have the book, so it was LP, whatever it was, but I was going to put well-being as well, health and well-being as well, of neighbouring residents, and obviously the transient, possibly the transient people who are living in a smaller space. Councillor French.
Thank you. Can I just remind you, it's not that many months that we actually refused an application for a residential home not very far from this on the very same reasons and lost at appeal.
Good. Yeah, that's good. Well, it's just on the opposite side of the road, about 100 yards on the opposite side of the road, Councillor French, for those very reasons. Parking reasons was one of them. So we've seen...
There's one point.
Please.
Sorry, Chair, through you, in terms of impact on quality of accommodation for the potential occupants, it is compliant in relation to minimum room size standards. So I would not recommend we go down that route in terms of that as a reason for refusal. Yeah, we don't have any specific standards that go beyond the national minimum room size standards.
Okay. Point.
Can I come back on
Get
that
some
then?
marks.
But we still need to be for the welfare of the residents we have now. We have to look at the well-being of the residents that are living there now. You know, incidental to whether the rooms or whatever it is for the residents who are there now.
Okay, so we'll knock off the welfare of the. Sorry. Yeah, we'll knock off the welfare of the transient people on the HMOs, and we'll keep then the welfare of the people in the surrounding houses. We can do that.
I think someone needs to make a proposal.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just looking for And now Stephen would like to come in. So
thank you, Chair. Yes, through you. Could I just issue a warning, as it were, that listening to the debate and the potential reasons for refusal, obviously, if this goes to appeal, the council will have to demonstrate with evidence that its reasons for refusal are supported and against the development plan. And listening to the reasons that have been suggested and put forward, given the response from the Highway Authority, from Environmental Health, and my view is that the council would have difficulty in defending a claim for costs in the event of an appeal. So I need to put that out so that that is a real risk in my view. Thank you.
I think, Stephen, I'd be happy to represent the council if it went to appeal. I think I have enough reasons in my own mind to convince the inspector that the committee, if it goes that way, the refusal of this application was justified. So I'll put that out on record. So any more reasons, any more comments from officers before I look for a proposal? No, so I'm looking for a proposal. And the proposal says, do I have a proposal to go with officer recommendation to grant planning permission for this application? Can't see anybody want to do that. So I'm looking for another proposal. Councillor Benny?
Thank you, Chairman. I propose we go against officer's recommendation and refuse this application.
And reasons, please, Councillor Benny.
Parking would be my main one. Based on the other decision that went to appeal, the appeal was dismissed very close to that area. That was the inspector looked at it, and obviously he took a view that parking was an implication, an issue in the application. So I think that one actually adds a lot of weight to the refusal. And another one I feel is very strong is LP 16D. I mean, any application has to put a positive contribution to the distinctiveness of the area. I think this in no way adds any positive contribution or distinctiveness. I think the area is very distinct, and we should be upholding that rather than going against it. Also, LP 16E is adversely impact on neighbours. The house next door, I know you could have people living in a house that make noise, but as councillors, when we do get complaints of noise, we have to deal with these kind of things. And really, if we can head them off before they come, I know you can't give a definite answer as to what is going to come from this. But when you've got people working shifts and coming in at different times of the day, it affects what is a nice, quiet residential street. And I think that, you know, the loss of tranquility and peace and their rights should be upheld. I did also write down here as we were having the debate about amenity space, but I take on board what the advice of the legal officer is on going against that. LP 16M, the site has to be suitable for future use. Well, do we want this as future use? Do we want this to carry on forever? I rather feel that the residents that we're supposed to represent would feel not, and therefore I couldn't go with that. And LP2, the health and wellbeing aspect. We've got to take into account the health and wellbeing of the residents that are already living there. There's strong feeling from the residents about this, and as councillors we should be respecting their views. To me, that covers most of the points that I think would be defendable in an appeal decision. I'm happy if anybody else wants to add anything to that.
No, well, I will take your counsel, French. I don't think there's any need to. But,
yeah, I'll go for LP 16H, and it does not provide sufficient private amenity space.
I'm going to bring you in before I...
Would just like the opportunity to write them up.
Sorry?
So just to clarify then, the proposal to refuse the application is by virtue of the lack of on-site parking, which results in highway safety harm, contrary to policy LP 15. Yeah. The development by virtue of its nature, being an 8-bedroom HMO, would fail to make a positive contribution to the character of the area.
Definitely.
And the development by virtue of its nature would result in adverse impacts on neighbouring properties through noise, which is contrary to LP 16 and LP 2. And can I just come back on the LP 16M comment, please, if I can, Chair, to Councillor Benny. yeah, that really refers to more sort of contaminated land and things like that. That's really where
That's fine, scrub that one off, because that doesn't have any consequence
okay,
on that one. Thank you.
and therefore we end up with failure to protect the amenity of neighbouring properties, failure to provide sufficient amenity space for future occupiers of the development, contrary to LP16 and LP2. So there are three reasons for refusal there, one being highway harm, one being character harm, and one being amenity harm to both existing and, although did we drop the private amenity or not? That's the I couldn't.
Private amenity we dropped, didn't we?
Right. So amenity on existing residents.
I think we did. No, we didn't. No, we didn't do. We didn't. Sorry.
Okay.
We did with transient with that one,
okay.
but not residents.
So
not residents who are actually there at the moment. So it causes. We think it causes
existing
harm
resident.
to existing residents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely. So I'm sure, in my own personal opinion, we can defend that robustly. So I'm happy with that. So I'm going to go. I've had a proposal from Councillor Benny to go against officer recommendation to refuse this application. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Hicks. So can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please? So that's unanimous, so that application has been refused. Thank you, members, for and people for doing that. So, do we want 5 minutes now, or do we want to press on?
I appreciate it now, Joe, because I've got a cramp in my leg.
Oh, right. Okay, but no, he needs to go. No, we'll just have 5 minutes then.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's get started again. Time is of the essence. Right, I'll now hand over to Gavin to present application FYR 23/0921F, agenda item number 6. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this is a planning application for change of use of land for use as a public house car park, involving the formation of hard standing, new lighting and the siting of storage container and the erection of an acoustic fence at 2 metres in height. It's part retrospective in that the car park has already been laid out following a previous planning permission. So just looking at the site, so the site lies in Elm at the rear of the Sportsman pub. As you can see in the line edge red, that is currently laid out as a car park with sort of, I think, sort of loose chippings on the ground. So essentially the only thing really that's due to sort of be finalised there is sort of the fencing and I believe the lighting. But nonetheless, this application seeks only to change the parameters of the fencing that were previously agreed, which was a 2.4 metre high fence. So as you can see there, this is the proposed site plan, which looks very similar to the previous that was approved. The only difference being that the fence now proposed to surround the car park is now 2 metres in height rather than 2.4 metres as previously approved. This is the essentially an elevation plan of the acoustic fence that's proposed. So you can see here, so the top left photographs, this takes you down the lane towards the car park. And the bottom photographs, essentially beyond that palisade fencing there is the car park area itself, so just off the lane to the rear of the pub. And obviously sort of further views back out into Elm. The photo on the left is the car park itself with the container you can see in the foreground. So the original application was considered by this planning committee and approved, subject to obviously conditions securing the fencing, etc. The proposal then was for a 2.4 metre high fence. So the principle of the car park use for this area of land is already established and indeed already implemented. So the car park could go ahead with a 2.4 metre high fence. However, the applicant is seeking to reduce the height of that fence to 2 metres and has submitted an acoustic report to support the proposal. Our environmental health team have considered that and consider that a 2 metre high fence would be sufficient to abate any significant noise that may arise from that car park onto the amenity of neighbouring properties. In view of that, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gavin. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite David Johnson. He's the applicant to make his presence to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Round 3 for me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Firstly, I'd like to confirm the original fence design was based on fences previously built and designed by English Brothers for Highways England, without any specific data to work from to ensure it was suitable for our site. It became clear that the pre-made panels would be too big and heavy to easily be handled and erected on site. We were asked not to include an acoustic fence in our first submission for conservation reasons, but the committee requested that we submit one, we resubmit with a fence included. Realising that we might require some data to go along with an acoustic fence, we contacted a firm specialising in designing and installing acoustic fences. They had a computer program that required me giving them some data for parameters. It was a rough and ready tool at best, but it was better than nothing and it didn't cost us anything, and we ended up with a 2.4 metre fence submission. Post-COVID, the price of timber is nothing like it was before. We realised if we're going to be investing a vast sum of money in a fence, it needed to be fit for purpose, not necessarily unnecessarily costly or over-engineered. We felt we had no route other than to commission a bona fide acoustic engineer to model the site and carry out a full noise investigation with recommendations. The results confirmed what we expected, but to a much greater degree. The levels monitored from all receptors were recorded in the lowest possible table category of none or not significant. In fact, they were very comfortably inside the upper limit of this category. I asked the engineer if the difference was virtually undetectable to the human ear, and he confirmed exactly that. I requested he include this sentence in the report, as I felt it would be more relatable to those who are not used to the technical language. Alas, he confirmed that the regulatory body with whom they were affiliated did not permit such a sentence, because there is always a chance that someone can produce a person with the hearing of a bat. His words. Whilst there doesn't appear to be a document to make it absolute fact, it's certainly a long-standing, well-known understanding within the planning system that a minimum 1.8 metre fence to a garden is an agreeable height in order to protect neighbours' private amenity in terms of overlooking. In their applications, Chris Walford, owner of Peter Humphreys Associates, confirmed he never asked for anything over 1.8 metres between gardens and has never been asked to make a fence 2 metres for that reason. To bolster this claim, documented in permitted development guides relating to heights of windows, if a window is over 1.7 metres above the internal floor level, it isn't considered an overlooking issue. Also, most people are under 1.8 metres tall. Now, this is relevant because add to this the distance between one's eyes and the top of their head is about 6 inches, especially for a tall person. Only people over 7 foot tall would have a chance of seeing over a 2 metre fence. I've been doing some fact checking, and there appears to be 2,800 people over 7 feet tall in the entire world. Therefore, the percentage chance of someone being able to see over the 2 metre fence is 0.000038%, and this is further reduced when considering how many of these people in the world will actually be visiting the Sportsman pub in Elm with its very low ceilings. Now, I'll explain a little about costs. We're not in a financial position to waste money. Some months we make a profit, and some months we do not. A 2.4 metre fence would require 44 3.3 metre gate posts to support the fence. A 2 metre fence would require more standard heavy duty posts, but at half the cost. Similarly, there would be much less wastage in materials. This is because the standard lengths work much better for 2 metre fence than 2.4 metre fence. The 2.4 metre fence could be constructed, would require working platforms. A 2 metre fence can be constructed with feet on the ground. Lastly, I'd like to confirm how trading has changed since COVID. People's social habits are very much different. We now close an hour earlier each day and often sooner than our advertised hours. Our busy periods are no longer late in the evening. People come out earlier, leave earlier. Last sentence.
I think we get the drift.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you do. So, thank you very much for that. Very interesting. Members' questions, clarifications to Mr. Johnson, and I see Councillor Marks and Councillor Mifferton. So, Councillor Mifferton first, then Councillor Marks.
Hi. Yeah, I visit the site. I live in Wisbech, I don't know if you know, and I drive through there quite a lot when I'm coming back from Fenland. You can drive around the back, so I know the Sportsman. I'm also, I own multiple pubs as well, so I know the challenges that the industry is facing. My question to you is, for the record, how will this, granting this application now, how will it impact your business?
Okay, so we need to extend the car parking. Reducing the height of the fence could potentially reduce the cost of construction by nearly half. So the benefits of the extra 40 centimetres are vanishingly small, microscopic. The cost to our business is just painfully, we couldn't afford at this time, or I'm not sure when exactly, when we would be able to spend possibly £40,000, because they're the numbers we're talking, on a 2.4 metre fence. A 2 metre fence, I mean, even £20,000 is going to take some finding. But we can, you know, that can be sorted out over a number of years. £40,000 is a whopper. No other car parks in pubs in Fenland that I'm aware of were forced to suffer an acoustic fence. And that's the impact for us.
Thank you. I was also asking more about the benefits as way, you know,
to the business for
taking
turnover?
to the business as well.
Okay.
Yeah. What kind of benefits?
So, we're drawing from a wider demographic, not just local people walking to the pub. People using our pub are coming more for food, and they're coming from further distance. They are using cars, they are bringing cars. Sometimes there'll be 4 cars out the front. You think, brilliant, we've got a table of 4 people having lunch. And it's impacting the local community for parking, and it's making people drive past thinking we're busy when we're not. So it's painful in a number of ways.
I totally agree with that, because even when I went to view, I went to view it twice. I did struggle to park, even though you weren't open at that time. Yeah. Yes, I did struggle to park in my car. I had to drive around a few times. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. As you quite rightly said, round 3, I think 3 of us have been here before and before again. Just sort of one quick question. Have you actually had any noise complaints, full stop, at the pub in the last, well, I think it's been going on 3 years now?
Yes.
I don't think we've had an upheld complaint. We've got neighbours attached that weren't suited to buying a house attached to a 200-year pub that's been operating for 200 years. They did raise complaints, environmental health monitored the sound and said there wasn't a complaint to be made. So which category that falls into, I don't know. It wasn't upheld. We have a difficult neighbour.
And that was just one neighbour, that was not anybody else?
A difficult neighbour who influenced other neighbours, but not recently. We did have pre-COVID, I think, some outside music, which wasn't to everybody's tastes. It wasn't outside what was reasonable. I think we haven't fallen foul of anything.
So the acoustic fence is for the car park more than anywhere else. So so it's really car noise, transient car noise, gravel, as opposed to music, which you would expect to find in a pub.
Correct. The acoustic fence is purely for the predominantly now electric hybrid cars arriving on our near silent tarmac planings that we have put down as a base, which we put down because we couldn't keep affording to maintain 1/5 of an acre of dead land. So we had to do something with it. So it's there, it's ready to go and to support our business. We need some help.
Yeah. Councillor French.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, if excuse me, if this is approved, when are you likely to actually install it? But before you answer, I know this site, it sits in my county council division. I know it exceptionally well. Many years ago, and I'm talking about probably 15 years ago, I used to be on the licensing, and yes, there was serious noise complaints about it. But when we did a site inspection, I say you probably didn't own it at the time, it was actually the priest hole within the private property which actually was butting onto the wall, and I think they had to fill that priest hole in. So I'm not concerned about that noise or complaints from there. It's just the car park. I've got no problems with it. The question was, when will you install it?
All right.
Went a long way to get round that road, didn't we?
Firstly, I don't think it's such as a priest hole. That the void became when the pub section, because Pevsner, when he studied the building, the porch for the adjoining property was central to a single building, but they didn't pay their fire insurance, and the left-hand side, or the right-hand side, as you look at it, was raised to the ground. It was later half built back as a forge. So the priest hole was a void round, yeah, and people have wonderful stories about what it could have been, but that's not what it was. So with regards to once we know what we're dealing with, we can get some quotes. The quote that I last got for the previous submission, which was pre-COVID, was £27,000 plus VAT then, and timber did triple. So that's what we're dealing with. Once I know what we're working with, I can see how well we can buy our timber. I can see whether we're going to install it, who's going to do it, private contractors, a single firm. I'm not going to waste a penny. It's a big investment.
I think Councillor French is saying, when you envisage starting after you've done your homework, I think that's perhaps where she wants to get. We'd like a definite answer, really.
I'd like to get underway this year, get the funds in place, get it sorted, probably within 6 months, I would hope.
That's good to hear, because we sat round here several years ago, which I remember was quite painful discussions on this one, but I think if it's approved, you'll have up to 2 years to do it anyway.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. Right, thank you for that, Councillor Gersner.
Thank you for your presentation, very interesting. Just one question about opening hours and locking up and the car park and opening it up. When you're closed, the car park is locked. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And when you're open, it says here half an hour before you open up, and closing half an hour before you close the establishment.
So if I may answer that, what we would like to do is we would like our staff to park at the top of the car park, furthest from the pub, since that is the area that's it's less convenient for customers for a start, and it's furthest from the pub. And if there's going to be any litter picked, we want our staff to pick it as they go from one end to the other. That's that. So our chefs, kitchen staff will arrive earlier. So we will open the gates when our staff arrive, but we will close our gates when our staff leave. They won't be left open. That's not in our interest to leave our land open to problems or anything like that.
Thank you. Councillor X.
Can I just ask you a quick question? Have you ever reused this piece of land in the summer months for beer festivals and outside events? Because it could quite easily be repurposed. You could shut off part of your car park, or you could make them park outside to use that space for something else.
You're absolutely right. And the reality is we wouldn't require it to be a car park to do that. We would simply raise a TENS licence and go for it. However, we've got no interest in doing that. That's not our business. Our business isn't having raves in our car park. There's been too much noise from silly complaints and fanciful ideas about what could be done on this piece of land. We want to park cars on it. That's all we want to do. We can't service it from the pub as a beer garden. You have to walk all the way down 100 metres to the road, then across down the side, and then back up the front, and then into to get your drink or your crisps. And you'd need to do the same every time you needed to go to the toilet. It just couldn't be practical. It's not our business model. Thank you.
I'll just come in there. Just to remind members, we're not debating the established use of the car park. We're debating, is a 2-metre acoustic fence appropriate for that? And our EHOs have no problems with it at all with that. So when we come to the debate, we should be looking just at the 2-metre fence. Okay? So I'm opening this up for debate. So who wants to start the debate off? Councillor French.
I don't think there's much to debate, Mr. Chairman.
There isn't. But I'm still going to ask anybody if they want to debate it. It doesn't seem to me. It seems quite straightforward to me. So with that, then, do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation? Who's okay? So I'm going to say Councillor Mifferton. Who's going to second this? Councillor Marks. So we've got.
Sorry, Chair, just remind that there's an updated planning condition.
Yeah, there is an updated planning condition.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So the update released yesterday just referred to condition 1, and it was just really tightening down the condition to ensure that it complies with the acoustic report that's been published. So. And I'd probably just like to say it needs to be done. I don't know. It really ought to be done in. If the gentleman says he's going to be hopefully this year, so it really ought to be conditioned probably a year. I think maybe. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to. Okay, so you can. So if I can come back on that, Chair, through you. So the actual car park development has already been partially implemented. Right. Yep. So the development's already implemented. The condition 1 requires the fence to be erected before the car park comes into use. So essentially the owner it's in his interest to get the fence done and the car park finished before bringing it into use. So it should automatically perpetuate delivery of that anyway. Okay. Yeah. So I'm happy with anything. So we've got a proposition to go with officer recommendation to approve this with a 2-metre fence, proposed by Councillor Mifferton, seconded by Councillor Marks. All those in favour of that proposition? Unanimous. Thank you. That application has been approved. Thank you very much. So we're going to quickly move on to application 7. Gavin will present that application FYR 23/1016/0, agenda item number 7. So Gavin, when you're ready, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this is an application in outline with all matters reserved for the erection of one dwelling at land to the east of 54 Queensway, Chatteris. So just looking at the site, you can see there, site edge red is a wedged-shaped piece of land on the corner of the host dwelling, number 54, and it obviously extends to the sort of the road that wraps around the rear of those properties. And you can see from the aerial photograph the kind of form and quite a strict lineage of development fronting onto that highway there. So this is an indicative site plan, and I've included a sort of a close-up of the aerial, just so you can sort of see that in context with what's currently going on there on the site. You can see that the indicative site plan shows parking for 2 cars, and obviously you can see how that dwelling is proposed relative to the adjacent dwelling there. So the general sort of concerns that have arisen, these are only indicative elevations obviously being in outline. So the general sort of concerns that have arisen is how that would accord with the general pattern of development in that area and the character of that area as well, which predominantly, particularly in that area, is pairs of bungalows. Obviously, this is an outline with nothing committed, although the indicative plan indicates that a bungalow could be accommodated within the site. Nonetheless, it's considered to sort of be a discordant feature within what is quite a rhythmic street with a sort of a strict build line. So essentially, it's an outline application with all matters reserved. It was refused previously in May last year, again under an outline application. This application is similar to that previously proposed, albeit the indicative dwelling has been reduced slightly. Again, just to emphasise that it's only indicative. But it's considered that, given its location within the residential garden of 54, to the side of it, it would be out of character with that area, given, as I say, this sort of quite a strict rhythm of properties in that area. And obviously the residential amenity space would be reduced of the existing host dwelling, and sort of in general would undermine the sort of prevailing form and character of that area as a result. So in summary, really, it's considered that the development would sort of fail really to positively respond to the character of the area, wouldn't accord with the general character, and is therefore in conflict with those policies LP2 and LP16, in addition to the residential amenity issues mentioned before. So the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Yep, thanks once again, Gavin. We have one set of speakers on this application. I'd now like to invite Maria Hobbs. She's the applicant, and Ian Gowler, of course, he's the agent, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am the applicant and want to run through my proposal. Firstly, this offers a chance for a property to be built in an established residential area, providing Chatteris with another home it vitally needs. The home would be a modest and offer the chance for a self-build or someone to look to start out on the housing ladder, either as an owner or a renter. Not every home needs to be a 4-bedroom house. This is a sort of property we are lacking, a good strong start for people at the start or indeed at the end of the ladder who are looking down to downsize. Chatteris is ever expanding, and whilst there are plenty of new build estates, not everyone wants to live on a new estate. With the expansion of Chatteris commercially and residentially, I believe small and modest builds like the one I propose are just as important as brand new estates. There's also what this property means to me. For those who don't know, I run the Greenwelly Cafe and Garden Centre, a local business ran by a local businesswoman, and I've lived here all my life. You'll doubtless be aware of the economic times are hard, COVID, cost of living, cost of fuels and materials. We had to close the motel and change it into residential flats due to changes in the economy. Running an independent business is now harder than ever, than one has to adapt to the challenges. To move forward with the next stage of developing our garden centre, we require money. Banks and private funding are synonymous with long-term debt, and it isn't sustainable for us to build our own business. By obtaining planning, I can provide a property into the pool and also take my business to the next level. Moving back to the application itself, it is important to note that the neighbours have not raised an objection to the proposal. There's already been development within Queensday Estate, showing that the principle of development has already been established within the area. Additionally, this outline application, and as such, the council will have control when it comes to reserve matters application to ensure the property is built sympathetic to the current street view. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, just want to pick up on a couple of the points for refusal. The first one, the character of Queensway. As you can see on the site plan, the front of the house, although it is still proposed bungalow, should I say, is slightly set forward from number 54, but does follow the characteristic of that part of Queensway. It's also set in line with the property to the rear as it goes round the corner. In reference to the amenity space for number 54, one thing I notice quite a lot is a lot of properties carve their gardens off or without permission. So this property could already have that garden separated off and be below the standard. However, we also appreciate that a small bungalow such as this, a lot of people don't actually want very big gardens now, and want smaller gardens as they potentially get older. So we think that's actually suitable. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Members, questions to Ms Hobbs or Mr Gowler? Anyone want? Councillor French and Councillor Miffordon, thank you.
I did vote on site on Sunday, so I did see this. I mean, it is a small plot. What, if this application was approved in outline, what would be your proposals? Is it a 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom? Do you know?
Yeah, ideally we'd go with what's shown behind, basically a small 1 bed bungalow that suits that location, I think, because everything else is bungalows along Queensway. The plot size, the garden size, I believe, suits a small 1 bedroom bungalow.
Yeah. Councillor Miffordon, please.
It's more of a comment than a question. Apologies. When I visited the site, I did see that in my initial original response was, why is it a corner plot and it looks like someone's garden? But I just wanted to ask, what is it currently being used for? Because there is looks like either a garage or a disused structure on site. What is it currently being used for?
I think that's the person who's got it at the moment, but obviously because I own the whole thing, they'll have to take that down, and so it'll be a lot nicer once that happens.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's kind of parking for the bungalow, which we would propose as part of the site plan to move the parking in front of number 54 for that existing use.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Gerstner, thank you.
I've just picked this up now. So there would be a car parking space for that development.
You see it's outlined, but yeah, as indicated, we've got two parking spaces for the existing bungalow, and we would propose 2 parking spaces for the new bungalow, so across the two, which fits with the parking standards.
Thank you.
Any more questions at all? Can't see any burning desire to do so. Thank you very much. Members, it's time now to ask questions to officers, if you've got any. Councillor Gerstner, once again, thank you.
Thank you. The question is, has anything substantial changed from the last application?
Oh yeah, through you, Chair. So in terms of the site and the site conditions, no, there's been no change that we're aware of. Obviously, the application previously refused in May last year was an outline application with all matters reserved. This is no different in that regard, other than a slightly different indicative sort of block plan. But other than that, no.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions for officers? No? Lovely. Okay then, thank you very much. So now everybody would like to now invite members to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate easily. Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you. Charteris Town Council recommend refusal. They're a local council. They know what's going on in their local area. I think we have to be consistent. Only last year it was recommended for refusal. The case officers just confirmed that there's been no change in the planning application. So I'm very sorry, I cannot support. I would go along with the officer recommendation as it stands at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gerstner. Anybody else want to? We're obviously still in debate. We've only just started, hopefully. Councillor Hicks is studying well. Councillor Marks.
I am having computer issues, so I'm struggling with, but I have to say I went down and had a look at this, and actually I understand it is a very tight area, but it stands derelict at the present time, for want of a better word. Yes, we've got an indicative plan. We've got a 1 bedroom bungalow there, which I think is something that Charteris and anywhere else at the moment needs. It downside, you know, somebody who is elderly, who wants to downsize from probably a 4-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, which releases another property into the area for a family home. So it's got off-street parking, which we all keep saying we want as well. And I really struggle to find anything wrong with this. It comes in front of planning again. Yes, it was rejected this time last year, and I was trying to see, did it actually come to committee last time, or was that just no? So this time it is in front of committee. It is outlined. I personally, or with the indicative site plan, I actually would support this. I think this is something I could support, but I'll wait to hear what other people have to say.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Councillor French.
Yeah, I did visit the site. No disrespect to the owner, it is a mess. I'm sorry. It certainly could do with something. Yes, it's very tight. I'm getting complaints from, or requests from many elderly people who want 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom bungalows. They just aren't there. I don't know, some of you may remember a couple of years ago, we approved a planning application at Rings End. And in actual fact, that was a smaller plot than what this is. So I'm a bit like Charlie, I'm not quite sure. Yes, and it is possible. So.
It was near the Arches, Councillor Hicks, Councillor French. Councillor Mifferton, thank you.
Yeah, when I visited this site, my initial reaction was it is a small plot, and how would you fit a 1-bed bungalow on this site? But then I did a proper walk around, and it is deceptively large, I have to say. And I think it will be suitable for a bungalow. And in fact, it has 2 provisions for on-street parking as well. I don't think it's going to impact parking issues in the area. And also, like Councillor French said, it is an eyesore the way it is right now. That's why I was asking the applicant what is on site at the moment. When I got there, I couldn't really make out whether it was part of number 54 or it was a site on its own. So I think I'm inclined to support this application, just if not for anything else, the reason that it's gonna hopefully look tidier, and it's gonna be not a derelict wasteland anymore.
Before we take any more, I'm going to bring our legal executive Stephen in for some comments.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, through you. I'd just like to remind members, I'm sure you will recall that the Code of Conduct in the Constitution applies in this sort of scenario, and what it says is that if committee is minded to approve an application for a development previously refused, the proposer of the motion, or the chairman, should state what the significant change in the planning circumstances justifies that approval before the vote is taken. The fact it's come before committee isn't a legitimate planning change in circumstances. So I just thought to remind you of that. Thank you.
I'm sure you've got something to say about that, Councillor Marks.
Can I just ask? We have a red line round a piece of land, and this is whether we believe it's suitable to be built on, more than what is the indicative plan there today to what's being built on. So are we not saying today, yes, we believe this is a suitable piece of land that can be built on?
Stephen.
Well, you may well be saying that, Councillor Marks, but that itself is not a change in planning circumstances. That's you taking that view, which is perfectly legitimate, but it's not a change in planning circumstances.
Okay, come back.
But it's come to committee now, and I know you're saying it's not, but surely the material change in all of this is there are now 7 people sitting here instead of officers now looking at it, and I see the head of planning is shaking his head, which is not a good sign at all. However, that's why we're here, to be accountable, and at the end of the day, I'm accountable like everybody else as councillors on this planning committee as well, to say what our thoughts are. And what's previously happened, surely, yes, I understand we still have to take that into consideration, but today we're actually just saying, is this suitable for development?
Okay. Stephen, come back.
Thank you. Well, through you, that the Constitution says what it says. I didn't write this. It's written by and approved by the Council as a whole, and for reasons of the public a right to expect consistent decisions, planning decisions, whether taken by the officer or by members. That's why that requirement is in there. And it's a duty on members of this committee to come up with reasons, planning reasons, why things have changed.
Okay, so you've all heard officer advice. We're still in debate, so you can carry on, Councillor Rivenden.
Sorry, just a question to the legal officer. I know you said already, but how does the fact that it came to committee when it didn't come to committee before, how is that not a relevant reason to reconsider?
Well, through you, Chair, because the public are entitled to see consistent planning decisions being taken, it's not right to expect the public to investigate whether that decision was taken by committee or by officers. It should be receiving consistent decision making through the piece. So coming before committee isn't a change in planning circumstances. A change in circumstances would be a change in policy or a change in government guidance.
I understand that.
Or a change in the development itself.
I appreciate that. But committee, members of the committee are elected to represent their constituents. So surely that is enough reason for it to be reconsidered.
Thank you. Well, we're going down a bit of a rabbit hole here, but to be clear, the members of this committee do not represent, they represent the council as a whole. Decisions taken in the name of the council, and the constitution is in the name of the council. So it's not for individual committees to say, well, we take a different view than officers or to a previous committee without giving good reason for doing that.
I totally appreciate, sorry, I totally understand.
Councillor French, I think.
Yeah, can we just
have some fresh eyes and ears?
A bit of clarification. The reason we have a planning committee is because you have controversial planning applications. And when members sitting around this table want to go against the recommendations of officers, we're not taking any of their professionalism away. It's our different opinion, which we're entitled to do.
I'm going to bring in Troy here.
I'm bearing in mind that the recommendation for refusal under delegated powers previously was taken last year in May. It would have been, to my knowledge, reviewed by the chair at the time.
Sorry? Yeah, it was, yeah.
Because officers, will not be moving ahead with delegated refusals without the chair's approval.
I think I went and looked at it some time ago as well. I suppose about 3 or 4 months ago when it came up for refusal. And as I got there, Sheila Black, a principal planning officer here, said, "Okay, Councillor Connor, you can go home now because it's been withdrawn." That was the, sorry? Yeah, this application. I think it was probably back end of last year or early this year.
You've confused us now. Can you repeat that?
Just for the record, I went there on a delegated refusal, tried to speak to David Rowan about it, then when I got to Queensway, where this site is, Sheila Black rang, and I said, "I'm already here, Sheila." She said, "You can go home now, Councillor Connor, because this application, in whenever it was, the back end of last year or the earlier part of this year, was withdrawn." That is what my belief is, and I went there. And I suppose I could look it up.
Sorry, Chair, if I can just clarify. The previous delegated decision was in May 2023. So that wasn't in the last few months.
No, that was when it was withdrawn, as I say, the back end of last year or the early part of this, and I'm trying to find out when it was.
So possibly an intervening additional application that was withdrawn, and the applicant and their agent are in the room. So Chair, it might be worth calling the applicant.
I think we need an explanation.
I can indeed. Please come back.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I believe the Chair is talking about this current application. What happened in the normal process was the application was referred to the Chairman for as recommended refusal. At the same time, there was an additional letter of support received, and the two sort of overlapped, and therefore the final letter of support took it to the 6 letters of support, which then meant the Chair didn't need to make the recommendation to come to committee, because it was always going to come to committee because of the 6 letters of support. Does that make sense?
I'm going to come in there. Thank you for jogging my memory. That's exactly what did happen. That's what, and I was trying to get it through here, and that's exactly what Sheila Black has said. The principal officer said to me, "It's taken out of your hands now, Councillor Connor." So you're absolutely right, and thank you so much for bringing it to the committee's attention. Thank you. So, Councillor Marks.
Okay, so I'm not too sure if we're still in debate or questions for officers, but we'll go. We're sort of in debate, but I think it is actually a question to officers more than anything. We have a triangle of land with a red line around it that's come to you, which we believe has either come in once or twice, whatever, and has been refused. We're now being told there are no material change. Well, I can't actually see how you can change a triangle of land. So where do we go? Surely this should not be in front of us. We should have been told this should have been refused beforehand. And it seems to have been, if that's the case, if we're not allowed to go against what we're being told, for whatever reason, and it has come to a committee and there are X number of people sitting here debating it, but then we're being told, sorry, we can't let it through.
So, Stephen, would you like to come back on that one, or Troy, or Gavin for that matter? And Gavin's happy. So, Stephen, if you've got anything to say, then I'll take Gavin.
Thank you, Chair. I can only repeat. I don't know the reasons it came to committee this time, other than what's on the report itself. I'm not saying you cannot approve this application. I can't veto your wish to approve it. What I'm saying is if you do approve it, then you're in conflict with your own constitution, and there may be consequences if there are complaints afterwards. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It's not my job to stop you making planning decisions.
Okay, that's fine. So, Gavin, you'd like to say something?
Yeah, thank you through your chair. So just in answer to your question as to why this application is before Planning Committee today, is because our scheme of delegation, the Council's constitution, steps out that if an application is recommended and you get 6 letters or more contrary to that officer recommendation, it automatically triggers committee. There's no caveat in there to say unless it was previously refused. So it's an automatic process irrespective of the previous decision making. But nonetheless, as your legal have set out, obviously the previous decision is a significant material consideration, and therefore, in order to come to a contrary view, we would be expecting material planning reasons as to why that is.
Okay, so you've heard, so we're in debate. Does anybody want to carry on in this debate? Councillor Gerstner.
For the record, I'm very sympathetic to having a 1-bedroom bungalow on a plot of land. There is a great need throughout the whole of Fenland for this type of property. I just think that the officers have got this correct. Chatteris Town Council have recommended refusal, okay, and the materialistic planning application has not changed since it was refused last time. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hicks.
It either seems like a loophole in our local plan or a box ticking exercise because certain things have to happen. When we make a decision, whoever makes it, or whether it be in committee or is delegated to the committee, and then the circumstances change whether they get 6 letters of support or whatever it is, and what brings it back here, we've got our hands tied to vote another way. I've said this before in here, and it's like, we have to bring it back, but we have to give a certain decision. It seems absolutely mad to me. It just seems mad.
Well, looking on 5.2, Councillor James Carney, and I don't know if he's the local member, his comment is, having viewed the planning documents, I have no objection to the application. And I suppose he must be the local councillor. You'd know better than I would. And you are as well. So that's the comments from the local councillor, Councillor Gerstner.
It's not relevant.
Yeah, that is not a relevant. That's not a relevant comment, is it? Because
He works in Charteris.
yeah. So that's just a comment that I've made. So we're still in debate. Anyone who want to add to it?
Sorry, my computer is, I think, giving up the ghost. Could we just put up the reasoning for, again, for why, for refusal, please?
Yeah, I can help.
Thank you.
Do you want me to? Gavin, are you going to read this out? Or Gavin, are you going to read this out? It's on page 49.
Yes, happy to read out, Chair, through you. So there are two reasons for refusal. First reason, policy LP16 of the Fenland local plan requires development to deliver high quality environments that make a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of an area, enhancing their setting and responding to and improving the character of the local built environment. The proposal is for the construction of a bungalow within the residential garden of number 54 Queens Way. The proposal would introduce a dwelling into the residential garden and set a precedent within the local area. This would fail to respect the existing and prevailing character of the area, which contributes to a sense of openness and space within this residential setting. The proposal would therefore fail to accord with the above requirements and therefore would be contrary to policy LP16 of the local plan. Second reason for refusal, policy LP2 of the local plan requires development to promote high levels of residential amenity, whilst policy LP16 requires that development does not adversely impact on the amenity of neighbouring users. The proposed dwelling would result in a 56% loss of the garden to 54 Queensway. The resultant amenity space retained for number 54 Queensway will fall below the 1/3 of the plot threshold for minimum private amenity space, resulting in a poor living environment for the occupiers of that dwelling. The proposal would therefore fail to provide a high quality residential amenity level for both the proposed dwelling and the existing dwelling and would therefore be contrary to the requirements of policies LP2 and LP16 of the local plan.
Right, so hope you've taken that all in, Councillor French.
Yeah, I'm just looking at FDC Environmental Health. The Environmental Health team note and accept the submitted information and have no objections. Highways, this application is for matters reserved, including access. So we've got two important bodies. Gavin has just read out that it would be detrimental. I'm sorry, the state that corner is in now, I think it would enhance it, not be detrimental.
And if I can add into that as well, if this is a elderly or disabled, it could even be a disabled bungalow. Some people don't need a great deal of land, and equally, if next door has got a problem with the loss of land, why aren't they cultivating it or doing something with it? Instead of which, it's a rough piece of land. So surely it's better that the land is used for something and tidied up as opposed to what it is at the present time.
Sorry?
Sorry.
No.
If I may through you, I believe the applicant is the neighbour.
But not to 52, is it?
In 54.
Oh yeah, in 54, but yeah, in 54, but not 52, which is the next triangle piece, which it could affect, isn't it? 52's there, right? Yeah.
Yes, but I think what Gavin was just communicating there in terms of the garden sizes is that essentially if 54 was proposed with the proposed garden size that we have on this application, it would not have passed the policy test, would have been recommended.
Okay, I see what you're saying now, but yeah, I can see exactly what you're saying, but
so I think there's no consideration of whether it's going to have an effect to the property to the
on
south.
52.
Not to the property to the south.
Yeah, okay. We're still in debate, we need to move on with this
I
now.
just want to add quickly, LP16 and LP2, LP16 enhancing the character of the area, LP2, enhance the current state of that land is derelict. It's like a wasteland. It's not, we have a problem in Finland, Wisbech in particular, of getting landowners to maintain their land. the council have no power to go into this place where it's overgrown, over hedges, over walkways. Okay.
That's not, unfortunately, that's not a material consideration.
And I've got
Okay.
Sorry.
We actually do have powers under section 215 to require maintenance of land that's got a negative effect on amenity.
Thank you, but I have never seen them enforced. We've had problems in where I live in Wisbech where we've had overgrown hedges and we've had to go out as councillors to cut them back in some cases. Who enforces these things? So rather than have this land lying derelict, I would rather see it developed. I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's fine, that's fine. Mate, you made a valid point and you've had the answer from me and the legal officer and Troy as well to renege that point. So we're still in debate. I think we need to sort of do what we're going to do now. So anybody got to add to this debate? We've had all the information from the legal officer, Stephen, Troy and Gavin. I'm going to close the debate now unless you've got something else to say, Councillor French.
Yeah, just to reiterate what I said earlier, because this planning committee have a different view, and it is a different view and interpretation of what officers, it doesn't take any professionalism away from your officers. I make that absolutely crystal clear. It's not a criticism of your officers, but we believe that site could be developed modestly, but could be.
No, I'm going to bring Gavin in and then, or you, Troy, and then we're going to close it. Carol?
Yeah, so I think just coming back on a couple of points, and obviously, as Troy's mentioned to you, in terms of the weight given to the condition of the site, obviously it'd be concerning if we're giving substantial weight to sites that have allowed to become derelict. Obviously, that could lead to sort of a whole load of these sites becoming derelict, and obviously justifying planning permission's results. So I think, just in terms of the weighting provided to that, I would just be cautious. I think secondly, just coming back on the point of who could accommodate this dwelling in terms of its target market. I think there was mention of sort of disabled people potentially, or people with less mobility. Obviously, this is an outline application, only indicatively drawn. There's no demonstration it would meet current M43 standards or M42 standards under building regs for accessible and adaptability. So again, just in terms of the weight given to that, I would just be cautious again. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to close the debate now. So I think, have you got anything else to add to it? No, that's good. Thanks for that. So now, do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse this planning permission? So, Councillor Gerstner. Okay, so we have a proposition to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this. Councillor Gerstner, have we got a seconder for that? So, Councillor Gerstner, unfortunately, that fails. So I'm looking for a different proposal, please. Councillor Marks.
I propose we go against officer's recommendation. Reason being, LPL 16, I actually believe that land can be used for a high quality dwelling, be it one bedroom, whether it's for disabled, retired, or so I think that brings that land usage well in and takes away what is the unsightly mess there is at the present time. And number two, high level regarding amenity, as we've already spoken about and we've passed previously, such as we said at Rings End, again, we had a garden there that was very, very small because some people just don't want big gardens. So that would be my proposal.
Have I got a seconder for that?
Yeah, I'm happy to second it, but bearing in mind, this is an outline. It's a shame it wasn't just a pip. And when the full plans come in, if the officers believe it, it won't happen.
No, that's fine. So we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve this application, proposed by Councillor Marks, seconded by Councillor French. Can I have a proposal on that, hands on that proposal, please?
3, 4.
Those against? You're abstaining? So none against, and any abstentions? 2. So the application has been approved. with, you can have a look at it, can't you, and see, it's indicative, isn't it? I'm right in saying it's indicative, isn't it? So
I think we just need to be clear that the proposal that was just made, whether that is to delegate conditions to officers or not, or
saying so, it's indicative. So yeah, that'll do me. As long as they're not too onerous, and I would like to have a look at them. Would you, sorry? And Councillor French? Yep, so we'd like to look at that. So Councillor French, Councillor Marks and myself. Sorry to be a nuisance. Super, thank you very much. Do we want to carry on now, or shall we have a couple of minutes, or what do you want to do? Anybody? Do another one? Okay. Right, so now we'll do one then. We'll just let these ladies and gentlemen out. So Gavin, to present application FYR 23/1036F, agenda item number 8. So Gavin, when you're ready, thank you.
Yep, thank you, Chair. So this is a full application for 3 dwellings, proposed to be single-storey, 4-bedroom with garages at land southeast of the Chase, Goal Road, Guy Herne. If I can just refer members to the update report that was submitted and sent round yesterday, just in terms of a neighbour letter or a neighbour that wishes to withdraw their support for the proposal. So just looking at the site in context, obviously you can see it's currently an area of sort of green land, which forms a sort of, I guess, an extension to the garden of the dwelling to the sort of north of that. And it sort of sits in a secondary position away from Goal Road, sort of as a backland sort of site. So this is the proposed arrangement, which shows the 3 bungalows as they are, with garages, set access via a single point of access from Goal Road, and then obviously you can see there it sort of comes in and splays out to serve all 3 dwellings. So this is these are the sort of the floor plans and elevations proposed. You can see the bungalows, various elevations, and how they're proposed to be arranged internally. And these are the garages. And this is the sort of street scene relative to Copper Beech's existing dwelling on near the site there, and obviously the Goal Road street scene elevation as well, sort of drawn there. So these application side is accessed directly from Goal Way, and that's the sort of access road in. The photographs there sort of show the access strip that sort of runs along the site, leading towards sort of the host dwelling as it is. Again, you can see the road as it leads back out onto Goal Road, access road along the boundary again there. So this application was previously refused. In fact, it's had 3 refused applications previously, including 2 appeals, both of which were dismissed, with a particular focus on character harm initiated through that backland nature of the development. There's more detail on that on sections 10.3 to 10.4 of the report. But obviously this application is sort of a continued proposal for backland development nonetheless. So it currently forms an extension to sort of the garden land serving the dwelling at the Chase. So it's got quite a detailed planning history with numerous refusals on the site, including appeals being dismissed. This application would introduce 3 bungalows, so therefore different to the previous dwellings proposed, but nonetheless would still appear as backland development. That area is characterised by frontage developments on Goal Road, which formed a major consideration for the previous appeals and indeed the council's decision, obviously ultimately concluding that was an inappropriate form of development in this location, and therefore it's considered to fail to comply with policies LP 3, 12 and 16 in relation to the principle of development in this location being garden land essentially, particularly the backland position secondary to the predominant street scene, and therefore it's recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. We have 2 speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Derek Widowson, an objector, to make his presentation to the committee. When you're ready, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to speak. I refer to notification of land owned by the Chase. I wish to register my objections in the strongest possible terms and set out below those objections that I think are relevant. I'm speaking on behalf of all the neighbours that are affected by this application, and I live at Copper Beeches, which would be one of the main houses that would be affected. This is the 4th time that a planning application has been applied for. All applications to date have been refused by the Fenland District Council Planning Committee, citing this as backland development. Further, that the first application went to appeal to the Secretary of State, which was also rejected. This time, the planning application submitted has been changed to 3 4-bedroom detached single-storey dwellings. This proposed build is still on backland and has been sited closer to our property. This is a landlocked site behind existing buildings and would have no street frontage. The access is very limited and would not be in the best interests of Guyham. Gull Road at times can be busy with heavy haulage and farm traffic, and this would not be assisted by new residents and service vehicles having to turn into a narrow access road. Making a left turn from Gull Road could cause some vehicles to use the offside lane of Gull Road against oncoming traffic. As it is, the 40-mile-an-hour speed limit is not adhered to. The access road itself is only single access in width, unlit, and narrows to a gate width between the corner of our property and our neighbour. There is no option for a passing place and would cause vehicles to back up. Our 2 main bedrooms adjoin the access road, which we feel would be affected by noise and light pollution from persons entering or leaving. Yes, we currently have a view of an expansive field which is shielded by a row of conifers on its western edge, which are not shown on the plan. Such dwellings would be intrusive and would block out our natural light to ourselves. The land in question sits higher than our ground floor, and with current regulations that would force any builders to raise the ground floor height against the possibility of flooding, this would cause our bungalow to be overlooked and dwarfed by all 3 developments. As it is, our hedge is 7 foot high, but our intrusion and privacy would be compromised within our house and garden, with a possibility of up to at least 10 additional vehicles. From dusk to dawn, their headlights would shine directly into our living room and rear main bedroom. A further unforeseen problem may be the water table, as the land in question is higher and may affect our drainage and biodigester. We have no problems with the expansion of housing and have not objected to other applications that front onto Gull Road in keeping with a linear appearance. As we understand, previous applications to build on backland elsewhere in Gull Road have been rejected and would hope that the status quo can be maintained. It has to be said that no new amenities have appeared in Guyham since the current building projects have been agreed, and I wonder at what point more housing to Guyham becomes unsustainable. Ourselves and our neighbours share the same concerns, and this may only be the start of the Chase's planning applications. We believe that if the development got the go-ahead, trees would be felled, causing more light pollution. This backland development would only affect those neighbours and ourselves that back onto the development. Other matters would be the collection of refuse, and would the collectors use an unadopted road, or like the Chase, their bins are on constant display on Gull Road. 3 houses, 9 bins, plus 3 from the Chase. I trust I've set out the main reason objections to the development plan for backland south of Chase. I have to add that at the same time as this application was made, they made an application to the Camping and Caravan Club to use this land as a camping site. We have established from the Fenland Enforcement Officer that this organisation has complete autonomy over such applications, although their rules must be observed. I would just like to say that that is my objections, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Widdowson. Questions, members? Have you got anybody? Councillor Mifferton, please, thank you.
Hello, sir. Can you please, in 2006, there was an application approved for bungalows. You said there was no previous approvals on that side. But according to the report, in 2006, there was an approval for bungalows on the site. Can I just ask how long you've lived at the
I've lived there since 2010.
Thank you.
The bungalows might be in question, might be the bungalow that I'm living in and the next door bungalow.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else got any questions for Mr. Widdowson before we let him go? No burning desire. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to invite Shana Jackson. Of course, she's the agent, to make her presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes as well, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. The proposal before you is for 3 bungalows on Flood Zone 1 and within the built-up area of Guy Herne. The scheme has been recommended for refusal on the grounds of the principle of the development and that the proposal will be out of keeping with the character of the area. With regards to the principle, Policy LP3 identifies Guy Herne as a small village where infill development is supported. As is evident from the aerial photography, the site is within a built-up area with buildings on either side. I would argue that this meets the definition of infill development and can therefore be supported by LP3. And this position is supported by appeal inspectors across the country, where it's been confirmed that development can be considered as infill if it's limited by the other development around it, and this is clearly the case in this instance. Since the principle can be considered as acceptable, the concerns with regards to form and character are less pertinent. There are clear examples of buildings to the rear of the frontage development along Gull Road, and therefore the proposal would not appear out of keeping with the surroundings. The scheme is for bungalows, which is not only a rare and beneficial opportunity, it also results in a development which is barely visible from a public viewpoint. On the basis that the proposal would not be seen from a public vantage, it cannot be asserted that the proposal would be visually harmful or incongruous. And as such, I would argue that no harm is caused to the character and appearance of the area. We have carefully considered the scheme in light of the historic refusals on site and have redesigned the proposal in a way which we now feel addresses those concerns which were previously raised. Given that the proposal is for a single-storey development, no harm will be caused as a result of overlooking or overshadowing towards neighbouring dwellings. There are significant benefits to be had by providing new housing in Guy Herne, which will help to support local existing amenities, including the pub and primary school. The scheme also represents a benefit by providing bungalows, which is becoming an increasingly rare occurrence in Fenland, given the flood risk implications for the district. We consider that the scheme overcomes the previous reasons for refusal and that it complies with the policies of the development plan, namely LP3, LP12 and LP16, and it's therefore respectfully requested that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications? We'll take Councillor Miffordin and then Councillor Gerstner. Thank you.
Hi, Shan. Very quick question. How many similar developments are there in the area?
If you look to the top of the aerial photography where there's sort of the island, all around there there's sort of dotted backland type pockets. Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is I know one of the comments from the parish council is that it was backland development, but I'm familiar with St Mary, and I noticed that there are a lot of backland developments. That's why I asked the question. Thank you.
Councillor Gerstner, thank you.
Good afternoon. From the development to the main road, how far is that?
I don't know off the top of my head. If it's in relation to, if your question relates to highways implications, what I would say is that the access is going to be upgraded at the point of entry, so it'll be 5 metres wide for 10 metres back, which will allow vehicles to pass. And there is also a turning head within the site, which will allow vehicles to enter and exit.
So a dust cart would be able to get down there?
I don't think, I would hate to say 100% yes, but you know, residents would be able to wheel their bins to the front, or we could arrange for a private refuse collection. If that was...
And the road would be made up, or would it be fully adoptable?
So it would be a private driveway, but the first section, so the 5 metres for 10 metres back, would be up to county standards, because it would need to be, because that's where it meets the highway.
Okay. So just to confirm, bin storage may or may not be done through the council or if that wasn't achievable, it would be done through a private contractor.
So my understanding is that there's an appeal decision which says that it's unreasonable to enforce the recap guidance, which is the 30-metre distance for residents to wheel their bins. So as a result of that, I know this local authority has been approving schemes which are beyond that 30 metres. So with that in mind, it would be acceptable in policy terms for future residents to wheel their bins to the public highway to be collected. Now, if that was a problem, if members thought that bin storage on the public highway would be an issue, we would be willing to accept a condition to secure a private to have a private refuse collection, so there wouldn't be bins stacked up on the back of the highway. And there is ample room within each plot to have the 3 necessary wheelie bins.
Thank you.
If that makes sense.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Marks, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is the host dwelling, that's the chase. That's where the applicants live. So the site in question is their extended garden area. Yeah, so it is a dwelling. Yeah, it's a dwelling, it's a garden, yeah.
Anybody else got any more questions before we let Miss Jackson go? No, there isn't. Thank you very much. Bless you for that. Members, questions to officers? No. So we're going to go on now to, I'd now like to invite members to debate the application in respect to the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor French.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this site well. This is, again, another part of my county division. Looking at the previous refusals, dismissals, etc. I mean, it's clearly backland development. There's no doubt about that. I did go up there Sunday. There's a lot of development going, but it's all on the front, and they all look exceptionally nice. Unfortunately, I think the owner of this, they missed the trick in 2006. They had permission, and it was a reserved matter, and it was approved. They didn't act upon it. I know circumstances change. But this one, officers have got it spot on.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor French. I'm going to come in there. Okay, so since 2014, in our inception of our local plan, look at on page 55, if you've got a paper copy like me, we've had a refusal, appeal dismissed, 18, refusal, appeal dismissed, refused on the 2nd of the 8th, 23. I think I should say it was by this committee. So apart from one dwelling, what's the difference? It's still backland development. So for me, I absolutely agree with the officer's decision on this to refuse this. I can't see, I can't see anything that I could support this on. Thank you very much, but I'll leave it to anybody else. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Chair. I quite agree. No matter how you look at this, whether you turn it upside down, whatever, I would say that is backland development. Knowing what we've had previously in Guy Herne along that road as well, and the issues we've had, and this committee previously have sat on, I think if not 3, if not 4 along that road, which have been turned down and have worked on and whatever. I just can't see this one ticks any of the boxes that we should actually be saying. It seems to go against everything it's been in so many times. So sorry, on this occasion, I don't believe I'll be supporting this.
Anybody else at all? Councillor Gerson, then Councillor Hicks.
Thank you. I fully endorse what has been said, and I again, for the record, put weight on Wisbech St Mary Parish Council, who also have recommended refusal, and I fully support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Hicks, did you like to come
I
in?
don't think there's a lot else to be said, just reiterating what everybody else said, basically. So.
Got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application. It's proposed by Councillor Gerster. Who would like to second that? Councillor Hicks. So very good. He got his hand up there very quickly, and well done. That just shows he's concentrating, doesn't it? So that's what we've got. So can we have a show of hands on that proposal, please? So that application has been refused. Thank you. Hey, we'll have 10 minutes, but I'm mindful of time, so let's be back on time, shall we? Thanks. So we'll quickly move on to item number 9 at FYR 23/1052F. Gavin, that's you, is it? Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this agenda item 9 is an application in full for the erection of 2 dwellings, 2-storey, 5-bedroom, retention of a container on the site, demolition of outbuildings at 200, just south of 200 Coates Road in Coates. So just looking at the site, you can see it's sort of a narrow parcel that extends beyond the sort of frontage dwellings along Coates Road. And you'll note there's sort of belts of trees on either side of the boundary. There's actually a lake or a pond or a lake in that site, the southern extent of the site there, which obviously, as you can see, extends beyond the red line. But nonetheless, the proposal is to develop part of that existing lake. Just looking at the site plan, so the plan's just kind of spun round at 90 degrees, but you can see the proposal there is to locate 2 sort of elongated dwellings in parallel with each other, pretty much staggered slightly, sort of along the extent of the site, using shared access via Coates Road. The tree belt, which was to the west, so sort of north of what we're looking at there, is proposed to be removed. There's a 25-foot high tree belt. The tree belt to the east, to the south of what we're looking at there, is proposed to sort of, obviously, I'm assuming, to be reduced in sort, because it's quite dense at the moment, in order to accommodate plot 2 as it sits at the bottom there. So shared turning area provided for both the dwellings. So just in terms of the site planning context of the area, because the site plan itself, as submitted, does not include the dwelling immediately north of it, which you can see on Halcyon Drive there, number 1A. So essentially there is a dwelling immediately adjacent to plot 1. So you can sort of see that in its site. So these are the elevations. So we've got plot 1 elevations, which show sort of continual massing of 2-storey unit with heights, I believe, up to, let's just check the heights. Plot 1 heights maximum of about 9.2 metres. That central lower section, you can see the spanning section is about 7.5 metres. Plot 2, similar sort of arrangement in terms of its style and character of dwelling to plot 1. Maximum ridge heights there of about 8.8 metres, dropping to about 7.2 again, using in that sort of glade spanning sort of area. So quite a modern sort of approach to design. So as you can see, the proposed floor plans, which show sort of ground floor and first floor with a sort of balcony arrangement to the rear of the property. Obviously the number of bedrooms there, which you can see as arranged. There are concerns in terms of some of those bedrooms. In terms of the outlook, there's a bedroom along the sort of the bottom, as you can see there, with a sort of window that looks out onto the larger bedroom. You can see on the sort of right end elevation, there's quite a short sort of outlook for that single bedroom. And that very much is sort of theme in terms of some of the concerns with this development. Again, just sort of general arrangement for the other property. And these are sort of street scene photographs as they would sit, sort of arranged in parallel, as I say, next to each other. Saying quite a close relationship. Again, a sort of concern for officers. So this is the application site, sort of the access, as you can see there, as it runs into the site. That gravelled area there, obviously, then leads on to the pond or the lake, the fishing lake, as I sort of mentioned earlier. And this is the property to the immediate north, or sorry, to the immediate west, or as it was shown on that plan, sort of to the north of plot 1. And you can see the relationship there with that tree belt. That tree belt is proposed to be removed. So the outlook for that property would be the dwelling sort of adjacent to that boundary. Again, a concern of officers. So it seeks full planning permission for 2 dwellings, 2-storey, quite large in terms of massing and scale. It does include sort of amendments to the access which don't raise any sort of concerns in terms of manoeuvrability and access to the site. But the the actual proposal, because of its scale, its form, and general sort of tight and cramped relationship to those boundaries, is considered to result in sort of an overdevelopment of that site, and would be sort of at odds with the other form and character of development and the settlement pattern in that area. In addition to that, due to the sort of proximity and the arrangement of dwellings relative to each other, and also relative to the 1A housing drive, as mentioned earlier, it's considered that there would be a reduction in residential amenity for existing residents and a poor quality amenity for proposed residents of these dwellings, just by virtue of the sort of cramped form of development that we're looking at. So the recommendation is therefore to refuse, as set out in the officer report. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Once again, you're working very hard this afternoon. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Shona Jackson. She's the agent, to make her presentation to the committee. Of course, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and hello again. As you've just heard, the proposal is for two-storey dwellings. It's been acknowledged in paragraph 10.3 of the committee report that the principle of the development is acceptable. The concerns lie with the form and scale of the proposal and the impact on the neighbouring dwellings. The applicants, Mr and Mrs Wenham, are long-standing residents of the local area. We were appointed by them to design forever homes for them and their son and his family. The designs before you are bespoke to the needs of the applicants and their son. The dwellings will meet the ever-changing needs of the users, which is something supported by the National Design Guide. From the previous applications, we understand that there were concerns with the design and general form of the dwellings. As such, we've sought to revise them as much as possible while still meeting the design and accommodation criteria for the applicants and their family. The dwellings may appear longer than other properties in the area, but I would argue that this is not harmful. The dwellings extend no further into the countryside than the existing development to the west, or that approved to the east, and they will not be visible from a public viewpoint. The roofscape of the dwellings has been broken up, and there is variation in the width of the buildings, the result being that the dwellings have character and do not appear bulky. The scheme provides over and above the necessary garden land as set out in the local plan, as well as sufficient parking. It will also secure the long-term care and maintenance of the existing lake to the rear, as this will form part of the extended garden area for the dwellings. On the basis that the scheme provides over and above the amenities required within the local plan, has sufficient gaps between the buildings, and maintains an internal roadway to the site, I would suggest that the scheme does not represent overdevelopment. And because two dwellings are proposed, it instead promotes a better, more efficient use of land, which was promoted by Section 11 of the NPPF. I understand that there are concerns with the proposal representing an overbearing impact and resulting in loss of light to the neighbouring properties to the west. However, there is an existing hedge on the boundary in question, which is approximately 7.6 metres high. This is significantly higher than the eaves height of plot 1, which is 5.4 metres. Since the eaves height of the proposal would be lower than the existing hedge, and the side elevation of plot 1 would be no closer to the common boundary than the existing hedge, I would suggest that there would be no additional impact on neighbours, which goes over and above the existing situation. I would also highlight that there have been no objections received from any neighbouring properties or any technical consultees. We consider that the scheme before you is an appropriate form of development which provides high quality homes in a sustainable location and makes efficient use of land, complying with policies LP3, LP12 and LP16 of the local plan, the National Design Guide and Section 11 of the NPPF. We therefore respectfully request that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shona, again. Members, questions? Ms Jackson? Councillor Gerstner, thank you.
Good afternoon. Several questions. Being born and brought up in Coates. Okay. There's been several planning applications in the past, some refused and some granted. So one of the questions is, there was a grant for 2 houses in 2017. To 2017, erection of 2-storey 4-bed home. Okay, fine. So can I ask why that wasn't followed through, or?
Because that was for a single dwelling. So a 2-storey 4-bed home, and the applicants, they'd like to put house on there for themselves and one for their son.
Yeah.
His son's the builder, and he would like to build them both.
The pond or fishing lake, is that owned by the applicant?
Yes.
So in the paperwork we have here, it says that the removal of public access to the pond. I've read it somewhere in there. Maybe I can be helped along the line here.
Sorry, I can say 5.1.
It's there. I'm correct, am I?
Local power authority.
Right. So, how is that going to work by removing public access to the pond? How is access to the pond going to be obtained then?
I don't know why it's saying that it's a public pond, because it's in the applicant's ownership, and to my knowledge it's not a public pond.
Removing public access to the pond.
But, okay, so if you look at the site plan, you can see that there is an access roadway which does go all the way down to the ponds. Everything's in the applicant's ownership, so if it was a concern, we could gate it if necessary, if you didn't want access there. But the applicants wanted to keep the access there so they could get vehicles down there to maintain the lake if they needed to. Does that make sense?
No, sorry, I'm a bit slow. Do the public at present have access to the pond?
To my knowledge, no.
Right.
It's a private pond.
It's a private pond.
Private pond, yeah. So I'm as confused by those highway comments as you are.
Right. No, it's got to be asked because it's in it. It's a great concern. I mean, there's a difference between a public highway, a right of way, and public access onto private land. It's all different. Okay. So there's nobody fishing there at the moment, is that?
No, there's nobody fishing there. It's a private lake.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That answers the question.
Okay, good.
We got there in the end. Yeah. Anybody else got any more questions for Miss Jackson? Councillor Marks, thank you.
Can we just go back one slide? Because I'm slightly confused with this layout. No, sorry, that one. So, what we're saying is the two proposed are in black. Yes? Yes. Okay. Then if you look at the picture, the pictures of the drawing, at the end of the at the end of the site towards the lake, we then seem to have got buildings out of line on the brown dots. But surely that has a bearing on being overlooked and viewed. Do you see what I'm saying? No? Right, okay. So come to the end by the lake and work your way back to the one that protrudes out furthest, the proposed building. Then look at the picture, and they show like a block and then a block near the fence and a block above it again. Whereas if you look, they all run in line.
Oh, yes.
So surely if that's built to the fence.
So what I would say is that the brown houses shown on our drawing would be taken from Ordnance Survey data, which is clearly different to what's actually been carried out on site. So I'm not sure why there's a difference, but clearly you can see what's there in situ.
Yeah. So, yeah. But in saying that, because you're proposing to take down, I believe, the hedgerow stroke trees on that top boundary.
Yes. So only where it's affected by plot 1.
It is a bit confusing, Councillor Marks, I have to say, and I've been on these committees a long time. No, it doesn't. I'm pleased you brought that up because I just couldn't make out where we were really after looking at that when we were on a site visit. Yeah, probably not the best drawing to bring before this committee, but we are where we are. Anybody got any more questions for Miss Jackson before we let her go? No, can't see. Is that no? Did you want to ask a question while you work it out? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you can do that. that's fine. Please do that. Yeah, that's up you. Look, just let's.
Yeah, if I may, it might be worth just using the edge of the lake as a reference point, if that helps. So if we've got the, if you could show the side-by-side image again, please.
It doesn't really help me much, say. But you can. Well, you can say it to Shana, yeah.
No, I think the confusion is because that property is new. From the pictures we saw earlier, where there was a 6 foot, 1.8 meter fence, wooden fence, that property isn't there on the map. It's a new development, or newer, I should say. That's where the confusion is.
That makes it worse.
If you take that, where it says,
no, I don't think so.
If you come into the site, looking at the drawings, the first property you come to is the first one facing Coates Road, and then come past that one, there is a gap, and then we're right about the middle of the site. That property there looks like it's a new development. That's why it's not on the map. Yeah, that's right.
Can you do anything, Shana?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That's the newer one, which hasn't quite been updated onto OS yet.
Okay.
On a previous slide, we had the picture of a new building.
Correct.
A new.
And that's a building.
Can we go back on the slides, please? Keep going back, and again. No, no, probably before. There. Back one. That's great.
Yeah.
So number 6. So number 6 is new.
Correct.
And what we're going to, so now if you impose number 6, stroke number 7, onto that's going to have, that hedgerow is going to be taken down.
That's right.
Beside that, so they're going to be overlooked, or there is going to be overlooking.
Well, that's for you to decide.
Oh no, but do you not agree? If that's in that area, that green's.
Yeah, so that section.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we've done this, Gavin. Yeah.
So if you can look at the first, so look at the aerial photograph if you could. You've got a dwelling set back. The first dwelling that you get to after the frontage development, it's got 3 dormer windows on the roof. You can probably just see those. So that is the dwelling that photograph that I just showed on the screen is of. So that is the new dwelling that is not shown on the site plan provided by the applicant, because as Shana says, I think the OS plans probably haven't been updated and the applicant didn't superimpose that on their site plan. So that is a new dwelling that was considered under the previous planning application, is my understanding. And yes, the belt of trees that you saw are proposed to be removed. They're 25 foot in height, according to the plan. They're proposed to be removed. Okay.
Sorry, can we just clarify then? The 25, or the trees are going to be removed. Do they actually, they're against the fence, obviously, but does that then mean the top new build is proposed without that band of trees? Does that how that falls?
Yes, a fair relationship between the two.
Thank you.
So all the trees are going to be taken up. That's what we're trying to get to. Yeah.
Yes, where it's affected by the proposal.
That's fine. Any more questions for Shana before we let her go?
Thank you. Just to clarify, one of the properties will be lived in by the applicants or his relations?
Yeah, both properties. So plot 2 is going to be lived in by the applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Wenham, and then plot 1 would be lived in by Mr. and Mrs. Wenham Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going back to the trees, I know there's no TPOs on them, but is there any native trees there? That if any of those come down, will they be substituted, replaced in the pond area or whatever?
I mean, there are no plans to do that explicitly in the submission, but if compensation is what you would require, you know, we can put in a landscaping scheme. You know, there's lots to be done with the lake and enhancing that kind of area, their scope.
Basically to offset what they've taken out, okay? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you any more questions for Ms Jackson? No, there isn't. Thanks very much. So members, questions for officers? No, oh, Councillor Gerstner, thank you.
Through you, Chair. So my understanding is there is no public access to that pond. It's a private access point because it's a private fishing lake. I think that's Local Highways Authority misunderstanding the arrangement of that.
Yeah, it's a valid point, Councillor Gerstner. So any more questions to officers before I'm going to... No, I'm going to... Thank you, everybody. Now I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect to material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, raise your hand. So basically we're in debate. Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you. It's doing nobody any harm as such there, but I'm looking at the previous refusals. You know, we had a refusal only last year, must be come to this planning committee. And again, I would say what has changed? You know, we have to be an element of consistency again here with what we're doing. I don't know. I'm quite open to hearing what other people's views are on it.
Anybody want to add to this debate? Councillor Marks has got his hand up. Please carry on.
I have concerns looking at this, how close it is to the boundary. It seems very narrow and pushed in, and it's two properties. I'd almost feel happier that the bottom property was further along, so they, you know, they're almost going to be looking into each other, let alone to the other boundaries. We're taking down hedging that's giving shielding to the properties behind it at the top. Is this a quality build? I know we've just sat here and done one in Chatteris and gone, that sort of ticks the box. However, you know, that was a lot smaller piece of land. This has got a lot larger piece of land with it. Are we just trying to push something in?
I think what you're saying is it being utilised to the best? I think perhaps that's what you're getting at. That's quite a relevant comment. Anybody else want to add to the debate?
Again, Chairman.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry. What has there been any significant changes in between the last application, which was refused, and this application, which is in front of us now?
Well,
so officers conclude that the reasons for refusal have not been overcome with this latest planning application in terms of its relationship to existing properties, its interrelationship with one another, and its general form and scale and massing.
Has anything changed?
Well, I believe there's been some amendments that are set out, but they're not significant enough to overcome officers' concerns.
No. Anybody else want to add to it? Councillor, are you intimating you want to speak? Please.
I'm just not convinced that enough's changed on this one. I mean, yes, it is tucked away out the back. I mean, and I know. I think the gentleman, as far as I'm aware, would still like to use the lake for something. I think on balance, I'm not going to support this one, just on the fact that just not enough change. That's a reason in itself, but that's the only thing I can find wrong with this one, to be fair.
I'm going to come in here. It's a strange one. Something could be put in there, that I'm certain. I know we've got to look what's in front of us, but I don't like those trees being taken up for a start, or so many trees being taken up for a start. I think that'll have adverse impact on the development if it was to go through, and the other houses as well, which are already built. So, and it is a really, really big mass. So, on planning balance, I think that I'm going to go with officer recommendation on this particular occasion, although I do think something could be put on there more sympathetically, probably. I think that's perhaps the word we're looking for. But I'm still open to what anybody else says. We're still in debate. Councillor Gersner.
I'll go back to what the officers have said in their executive summary. It's contrary to the Whittlesea neighbourhood plan, which was just put in place and spent many years putting into place. Again, I agree with you, Chairman. I think something of a slightly smaller scale may be looked at, possibly more sympathetic. I'll choose my words carefully. Thank you.
I think you probably summed it up as far as what I'm feeling. I think we're singing off the same page there. Anybody else want to, Councillor French?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I think something could go in there, but I think the size of them, it's not the right place. And I think the pond, I've just read about the trouts in there. I think the pond is a bit of a red herring, really. It should be made crystal clear. Is it a public pond? Not sure. If it isn't a public pond, then it shouldn't really be in this application. But this one, I do believe officers have got it right. If they came back with something slightly smaller, even if it's just one.
Okay. I think any more? Councillor Miffordin, thanks.
Yeah, just to, I'm kind of like going in line with what everyone is saying. I do support that there should be something there. But whether it's at this scale, because it looks like there's a maximum use of the site, there is no. I was just thinking, I mean, I know it's only like a plan, and there is a turning place for vehicles, but if you wanted to, there's no access to the rear of the property, and it's like Councillor Marks was saying, it's when you take those conifers out, it's right, because I remember the conifers when I went on site, it's going to be built right on the fence of, and it's going to like overlook the other property. So I do agree that there should be something there, but probably not what it's proposed right now. Yeah.
No, only that just to confirm that is not an identified public right of way to that lake. So just to reinforce that, because I know that came up again in discussion. Thanks.
With Councillor Gersner, Councillor Miffordin to second it. All those in favour of that? That application has been refused unanimously. Thank you. With further ado, I'll now hand over to Gavin to present application FYR 23/1072RM, the last agenda here today, agenda item number 10. So Gavin, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this is a reserved matters application relating to detailed matters of access, appearance, landscaping, layout and scale for 2 dwellings, further to a previous grant of outline planning permission. Also, it obviously includes access widening and provision. So just to give the site in context, it sits on the corner of Westfield Road and Fallow Corner Drove in Maney. As you can see there, the site sort of occupied with a sort of a current dwelling, obviously proposed to be changed around to accommodate the 2 dwellings, and you'll sort of see where it sits relative to the settlement. So it's on the edges of the settlement, but nonetheless part of that continuous built frontage along Westfield Road and lapping round Fallow Corner Drove. So the proposed site plan on the left there is the arrangement of the two proposed dwellings, which obviously shows the larger property, the four-bedder, towards the front of the site there, right on the junction of Westfield and Fallow Corner Drove, and the secondary plot sitting rearward, a three-bedroom, two-storey dwelling, as you can see there, with direct access from Westfield Road. As you can see from the plan to the right, this application was refused last year on the basis that the interrelationship between the two proposed dwellings was too tight, considered to be too tight, with insufficient separation and therefore adverse impacts on amenity. And in addition to that, the northward-most property also sitting too close on the boundary to the existing dwelling at number 43, which you can see there. So this application proposes to overcome those reasons for refusal. As a result of that, the southernmost plot has been moved away from the proposed three-bedroom dwelling, reconfigured somewhat as well to create an acceptable relationship. However, the northernmost plot has not been altered and therefore sits in the same position as that previously considered. So this is the two dwellings, as you can see. So plot, the lowermost plot, the larger plot across the top, and then the smaller unit along the bottom of the elevations plans there. And these are sort of just giving an indication of the floor plans for both the three and the four-bed dwelling also. These are the street scenes, so you can see from Fallow Corner Drove, that larger property sitting at the front of the site with an existing bungalow over to the right of it, as you can see there. And then the other one is the street scene from Westfield Road, so you can see in the middle is the smaller property, the three-bedder, the four-bedder to the right, and then that existing bungalow over to the left, number 43, Westfield Road. So these are site photographs obviously showing the site with the existing building on it currently, obviously sheeted off at the moment, so you can sort of just see those photographs just sort of sweeping around the site there to give you an indication of its relationship with the existing built form. So the previous scheme was refused on the grounds as set out on the slide there. So again, just to recap, basically the interrelationship between the two dwellings was considered to be too close, causing adverse impacts to amenity to future occupiers. And then secondly to that, the plot 2 as it is to the north, is considered too close to the boundary, with it being two-storey, would create an oppressive environment for occupiers of the existing bungalow, leading to poor outlook, which is obviously contrary to policy. So this application has been revised to try and overcome those reasons for refusal, and it's considered that that first reason for refusal in terms of interrelationship has been overcome. That's now an acceptable arrangement. However, the other reason for refusal, which is the impact on the existing dwelling, has not been overcome. There has been no amendments in order to satisfactorily overcome that, and therefore taking a consistent approach, the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks once again, Gavin. We have a set of speakers on this application. I'd like to invite Ian Gower, of course, he's the agent, and Nick Price, the applicant, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes on. Thank you. So, obviously, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to talk on this application. I would like to build 2 quality self-built homes, one for my parents and one for my family with 4 children. My old dilapidated house is beyond economic repair. We currently have buckets catching rainwater in the kitchen and the boys' bedroom. I'd like to think that I haven't got to spend another winter in it, as my little children often suffer from chest infections from the cold and damp conditions. We aim to work with the developers from the mill site up the road to replace a storm drain that runs alongside my plots, solving the flooding on Fallow Corner Drove. The site layout will create a footpath for pedestrians to use around the corner and provide a much wider visibility display for motorists. Regards to the concerns were made, I don't feel there will be a negative impact on neighbouring dwellings. Currently there is large 30-foot high conifers on the neighbouring property, separating them to our plots. And the sun rises at the rear, in the garden, of the neighbours and property, and it sets out the front.
Could we have the slide with the photos on, if that's all right? Just referring to the overbearing nature of new properties. On photo number 2, you can see there are two, it's two particularly, one at the back as well, very large Leylandii trees, which are basically pretty close to the existing windows of the bungalow that we're talking about. The property that we're looking to build is 5 metres away from that existing bungalow, and those Leylandii trees are on the neighbour's property, so will be retained. So they're already providing some obstruction and to light. We've tried to keep particularly that property as close as we can to the outline layout, the indicative layout we provided to committee. So there's no real change from what the committee have seen in the past. As mentioned, one of the benefits of this development is the new footpath going around the corner, and the applicant, as mentioned, is looking to improve existing surface water situations along Fallow Corner Drove. So we feel that we've made changes to the development to try and mitigate all of the reasons for previous refusals, and we hope you support it today. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Members, questions to Mr. Gowler or Mr. Price? Anything at all? Councillor Rivenden, thank you.
Okay, just a quick question, Mr. Price. Hi. Hi. What is the area like? Is it a mixed use? Is it residential and commercial, or is it purely residential around your property? I believe you live on the site at the moment, right?
Yes, I'm currently living there. Yeah, so it's residential. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, across the road, directly opposite, there was previously industrial buildings. They've been approved for, one was approved for a dwelling probably 10 years ago, and then there's a site under development of 2 extra dwellings that's directly opposite the site.
Thank you.
Anybody else at all before we let these gentlemen go? No, thanks very much. Members, questions, clarifications to officers, please. So thank you, everybody. I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So, Councillor Hicks.
This is, I went on site, this is why I like going to site visits, because once you go, you can see, looking at the plan, I had a different idea than when I actually turned up on site. And I thought, you know what, this is quite a big site. And I thought, once you've taken into consideration the old house being pulled down, there's quite a lot of room on this site. And it also is a natural progression of the village. It's just, to me, everything ticks all the boxes for me. I couldn't see, because of that row of trees down the side and looking at the plan as well, but being set back away from the neighbours, I thought, I'm going to be supporting this, I think.
See your decision. Anybody else? We want to be in debate, guys. Councillor Rivenden, thank you.
I have to say I am encouraged by the fact that the applicant is actually going to develop a site for himself and his family to live in. And as he mentioned as well, I mean, he's got a young family, and if it's the leakage and damp issues with the old property is causing his, you know, might not be a material planning concern, but, you know, we are human beings and we have to look at these things. If it's causing his family illness, I think it's a good thing. And there is a property there already. It's not a virgin site. It's not an out of town location. It's on the edge of town when I visited the site, and it's well placed as well. It's placed higher than, or like the farmland next to it, where, you know, if there's any issue with flooding or whatever, I think the farmland next to it, the green, will flood before this house floods. There are people living there already, so, you know, I don't see many reasons not to support this. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Still in debate, Councillor Gerstner. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with my fellow councillor. We've got, this is basically the main objection is
overlooking the neighbouring property, but surely with the plot the size it is, when it comes to doing the actual full application plans, there should be somewhat a workout around to mitigate some of that, including the layout, the size, and the direction of which that house or those two dwellings sit. Thank you.
Relevant comments, Councillor French?
Yeah, I agree. It's got outlined this is a reserved matter. There's only one recommendation for refusal, which is LP 16, which I do actually disagree. I think it will tidy up that corner, and it will actually enhance the area.
I think we've got to steer where that's going, where this is going to finish up. So, anyone else to want to add to the debate before I bring officers in? No? Gavin, you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I think, just firstly, I think just to clarify, Councillor Gerstner, this is a detailed plan. So this is the committed detail and layout of these dwellings. So this is this follows the outline. So what we see here is what you'd get, essentially. I think just going back to Councillor Hicks on the trees, obviously those trees are within the neighbours' land, and obviously therefore there's a burden on them immediately to make sure that those trees are maintained at that height, that density. Obviously if those trees die, the burden will be on them to plant immediately to try and screen their site off from the overbearing nature of that dwelling. So I think in terms of the weight given to the existence of those trees, not that they're of any really substantial nature in any way, looking at the latest street scene photographs, I'd be concerned about suggesting that those trees are suitable mitigation, whereas the development should mitigate its own impacts. I think in terms of the actual physical impact, I think it was mentioned about overlooking. There aren't actually no overlooking issues raised because that elevation, that gable that faces onto the existing property is actually a blank gable wall. And therefore there is no overlooking issue, but it's an overbearing and poor outlook to their amenity, which is the reason for proposed refusal. Obviously, the application was refused previously on those exact grounds, and the proposal hasn't changed in that respect in terms of that relationship. So again, it's the weight to be given to that previous refusal reason. And I think just going back to Councillor French, obviously the justification there was it would tidy the corner was actually what we're talking about here is amenity impacts and whether or not those residential amenity impacts have been overcome through this latest scheme, rather than how it will be presented on the street scene, how it will look. Visual appearance is not a concern, or raised as a concern, wasn't previously raised as a concern in terms of character harm. So we're really just talking about amenity in that relationship between the existing bungalow and this northernmost plot on the site. And again, just to remind you, obviously, of the legal advice you had previously in terms of that formed a reason for refusal last time round. The offer was to take it to committee, but it was suggested that actually there was no reason for it to go to committee because the chair agreed with those reasons last time round. So I think that is a significant material consideration for members to weigh up. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for officers just before we look for a proposal? Nope. Right. Here we go then. Do I have a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse planning permission? Have we got a proposer to do that? It looks like that's failed then, so I'm looking for another proposal. Somebody's got to make one. Councillor Hicks.
Yeah, I'd like to go against officers' refusal on LP12, LP16 in character and in scale. I think it will be a definite improvement in the area and the street, and a definite improvement on the street scene as well. I don't agree with the officers' view of this, of that particular policy.
So just to clarify then, LP12, LP16.
Yeah.
That's what you're citing a proposal to go against officers.
Yeah.
I'm just clarifying it with Councillor Hicks first, and then obviously.
So just to reiterate, the proposed reason for refusal is amenity impacts on that bungalow, not character harm, not visual impacts. It's amenity impacts through outlook. So members would need to consider why this application now is recommended for approval when previously it was recommended for refusal for exactly those grounds. Thank you. Well, you mentioned character. We're talking purely about amenity impacts. So you'd need to just clarify what's changed to what's materially different with this application to now make it acceptable in amenity terms for that resident of that bungalow. But that's to the south of the site rather than the north, which is where the relationship is between the bungalow and that northern road.
Just to clarify, you've just got a person, although officers have respectfully got their opinion, you hold more weight to that.
My opinion's different than the officers.
Yeah. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. You're putting more weight on that particular thing. That's fine. So, okay, I'm happy with that. So, we've got a proposal from Councillor Hicks to go against officer recommendation to approve this, and Councillor Miffiden's going to second that. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please? I'm going to go against that because I went against it at last time, but obviously the application has been approved. Thank you. So that concludes today's planning meeting here at Fenland, and thank you everybody for attending. Thanks. Bye-bye.